Today we have on an awesome guest. Pumped to have you on. We have retired Command Sergeant Major with 24 years of service, 75th Ranger Regiment, combat veteran, 14 deployments, host of the Legends of the 75th, and media producer, Michael Burke.
How you doing, brother?
I'm very good. I'm glad you're here.
I'm glad to be here, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah, this is gonna be exciting.
I'm very pumped about this. We'll kind of jump in, and it's fun talking with you too, because not only that you're getting into the media space, so like our whole like leading up already, we've just been talking about films, documentaries,
getting
and stuff already.
into kind of fell in by accident.
Yeah. Well, I think that's most people do fall into it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. It's weird. It's like my buddy that I have their episode drops today. So as I was picking you up, like that episode went live, and we filmed that a few months ago. But both of them fell into it, and they're film producers. They produced like $1 to $2 million, $3 million films. They've started a streaming service. One's an Air Force vet. One's just I won't say just, but one was a reality TV show producer out in LA for like 20 years. He did I think he did Punk'd. He did a few of like the very top ones. One of the main producers. Both of them. One's Air Force vet. His buddy was making a bunch of money working on productions. He's like, oh my God, I'll do that. And then Brian was like a nurse, and he was like, I don't like this shit. And his uncle was in the industry and was like, hey, why don't you come work with me for whatever? And then he worked on hard copy. So I was like, so it kind of shows his age a little bit. I was like, dude, hard copy? He's like, yeah, I worked on hard copy. I was like, that was the 90s, bro. And he's like, yeah. So anyways, most people fall into it. There's very few people that are like me, where I was like 13. I'm like, I'm going to be a film director. I want to do movies.
Oh, you knew from that?
From 13, because I was like, I wanted to be like the heroes in the movies, You're like, oh, that'd be cool. So I was like, I wanted to be a firefighter because I saw Backdraft, because they were like, going in the fire.
So you were influenced by the movies.
Oh, big time too.
I can relate with that. I was kind of the same way. Yeah. Like I've always enjoyed the hero's journey in movies, like big time. I was actually, a lot of people will talk about like Rambo, Commando, some of those movies from the 80s and 90s, and that's why they joined. I wasn't. I actually was the Predator. Yeah. I was Aliens. Like that kind of stuff was like, man, I want to be a soldier because I love sci-fi so much. I'm a sci-fi dork.
Oh, that's awesome. We might not even talk about your career then. We'll just
no, it's fine. But it's funny. It's funny that you say just the way you said that, because I realize now, especially now with some of the stuff that I'm doing, that I was really influenced by that as well. Yeah. So,
well, to me, I think people a bit misplace it sometimes. They're like, oh, you just watch movies, or but like people would read books about heroism or the hero's journey, and it's just, I think the film medium not fully took its place of books, but it took its place where mass audiences could now see the hero's journey, because that structure's the same.
Right.
The 3-act structure, the hero's journey, the call to adventure, and as young men, like every young man wants to do that in some capacity or whatever. And sometimes, and it's kind of some of the craziest movies you wouldn't think would be like inspirational. They are like, you're right. Aliens was Colonial Marines was literally one of the biggest influences of me joining the Marine Corps.
No kidding.
Aside from my grandparents being Marines, but it's like they were Marines, but then it was like, the Colonial Marines in Aliens, That's and funny. Then it's just kind of the lore builds, it's like, the Marine Corps is, the infantry and all, they're the best and the few of the proud, so that it just built upon that. But yeah, the Colonial Marines in Aliens was like 100%, like maybe a quarter or like 50%. Like, this is why I'm like, I want to be a Marine.
That's
it's like
awesome.
It's ridiculous, but it is though. It's like it's a great tool for explaining the hero's journey and stuff like that. And like so yeah. I mean, I think that's why. I think a lot of people get into that media. Like, so you're falling into it, but you're already feeling like a bit natural. Progression.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Because I think we watched those movies, and those are guys that we emulated when you got into Ranger Regiment, and so they're all portraying people that I don't know how to say this without being like egotistical, but they were portraying the people that we would eventually become.
Yes,
you are a Ranger. You know, I mean, like I was Marine Corps Scout Sniper, or just like combat veteran. The special operation gets thrown out, but like Spec Ops or whatever. But like Hollywood makes films about those people, and then we're the ones that watch and say we want to be those people, and then Hollywood ends up coming around and making films about the things that we did or people that we knew.
Yeah.
And so it's like it kind of comes in that full circle, you know.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And that's my
no.
I
mean, I'm totally with you. I mean, everybody wants to, like you said, you know, from a young age, wants to be that guy that's the decider. You know, you're the one guy that if you're not there, everybody's going to die, you know, or everybody's going to suffer. And, you know, everybody wants to be that guy. Who doesn't want to be the hero?
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
And then we realize that, there's actually none of that shit. It's all about teams, you know, and all that stuff.
Yep,
so.
exactly. Yeah. But that's what I said, though, you know, you're coming from the Vietnam era, you know, it's like all those, the Predators, all the Rambos, they're special forces, they're Navy SEAL. Yeah. Actually, I think it was more special forces heavy. You didn't see a lot
there
of,
was a lot of, there was the Navy SEAls. There was one like movie. There was maybe one or two. There was nothing about Rangers. You had Con Air.
Yeah. That's
that
dude,
was
I have that poster laying. I have it like ready to frame.
Con Air. Really?
I love Con Air. Con Air is again, not to join the military, but just as a phenomenal film. Like it's up there with Face Off. It's up there with The Rock. It's up there with the Bat. It's like the quintessential '90s like wild movie. But
I mean,
good.
There's not much I actually remember about Con Air. The biggest scene that always stands out is where he gets in the fight outside the bar.
Yeah,
you know, and they rip his ribbons off, and he's just like. Just like the way he like looks, like I'm like that was so badass. That was like motivating.
And they charge him for being a weapon.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're like, you have trained, which you look back at that now, which is hilarious, like in the 90s. And it's like, and then you look back, you're like, that judge would have let him off. You know, he'd be like, he's a Ranger. Like, get him out. Like, you're fine. That guy totally enticed.
It would definitely
that judge is like
not sent him to federal prison.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like the complete opposite of what would have be like, oh, he's a Ranger? Yeah, that guy was drunk. Like, you're fine. Like self-defense, you know. Whereas like in the movies, he's like, you are a weapon and you know that. And you can't be utilizing that and charged with murder.
But when you don't know any better, you're like, I want to be a fucking weapon too.
Yeah. But as a kid, you didn't know that. They're like, oh, they are weapons. Maybe I am a weapon to the federal justice system if I join the army. You know.
Being naive and young, it's a beautiful thing.
Oh, I know. Yeah. You're like, oh my god. Well, The Rock was a big one, especially for Marines. You know, like they were recon Marines that took over.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay.
It's funny. So when it comes to Hollywood and SEALs and all this other stuff, that's a whole nother subject matter in itself. But that was I think Harry Humphreys was the technical advisor or whatever. And I'm a film nerd, so I listened to all the directors' commentaries, and they would have different commentary tracks. And one was with the technical advisor. I'm probably getting his name wrong, but he was like one of the top ones other than Dale Dye, like, and because he was a former SEAL. And so it didn't really age well. The way he talked, it was really funny. He's like, they're talking about the shower scene, because that's when the SEALs come through and the Marines are on the high ground, and you know, they end up killing the whole team and all this other stuff. And it was just like, I remember in the commentary, he was just like, and I remember I was a kid and listening to it, I was like, that's a bit arrogant. And he's like, goes, you know, Navy SEALs, he goes, we would always win that mission. We would win that. There's no way. We would always win this. But you know, it's Hollywood. And I was kind of like, even as a kid, I was like, yeah, no, not everyone wins the mission. No, you know what I mean? Like,
no, especially not Navy SEALs.
Yeah, especially not Navy SEALs. I was like, well, it's gonna, foreshadowing. And but it was a little bit arrogant. He's like, we succeed at every mission. I was like, and I remember being a kid, not even in the military yet, just being like, that's pretty arrogant of you. And obviously the GWAT kicks off and there's all sorts of stuff out there. But
we can go on all day.
Oh yeah, we go on all day. Yeah. But so I mean, here we are.
Yeah.
Where'd you start out? Where'd you grow up?
Yeah. I grew up in Montana, right outside of North Dakota, actually, Sydney, Montana. So not terribly far from here.
Yeah.
Enough that Canada was in influence.
Yeah.
Grew up, pretty poor, pretty hard living, just the right amount of trauma growing up, to be honest with you, to make me tough, make me mean, and kind of show me that, hey, if you really want something in this world, you got to strive for it. You got to push for it. Nothing's going to be handed to you. You got to align yourself with the right people if you want to really move forward in this world, because there's a lot of nefarious actors out there, people that take advantage of situations and you and everything else. So, I've talked on a lot of podcasts and, I've said it differently, but, time, therapy, and everything else, I realize that I'm thankful for every second of it, because without it, I wouldn't be who I was. I wouldn't have been able to do the things that I've done, you know, in this life. But, you know, other than that, man, I had an awesome childhood. I grew up in freaking Montana, for God's sakes, you know, the stereotypical, hey, this, you know, the sun comes out, you're out of the house, don't come back until, you know, the lights are getting turned off, you know, and drinking out of garden hoses, you know, building bow and arrows, building forts, doing all that kind of stuff. You know, that was really, really, truly my childhood into my teenage years, you know, until I was old enough to work, you know, and like I said, we didn't have a lot of money. So I was like, well, if I can make my own money, then I can keep my own money. And, you know, as I was able to make more money, I was like, okay, well, now I can also help my family, you know? And so that's pretty much what I did in high school. You know, I wasn't an athlete. I wasn't great at school, dabbled in a little bit of weed, a lot of weed, you know, but, you know, I had fun. I had a good childhood, but I always yearned for a sense of belonging. I didn't really fit in school. I was kind of one of those guys that hung out with everybody, you know, the stoners 1 minute, the geeks the next minute, you know, hanging out with the jocks, you know, like I just bounced around, you know. I didn't really have like a core group of friends, you know, so to speak, in high school. And I yearned for that. I knew I needed that. And when I was about 12 years old, my uncle actually came home, and I was very close to my uncle. He was more of a brother. I actually lived with him and my grandparents for, you know, a long period of time. He came home, and I remember it, you know, green, you know, green dress mess uniform and the black beret. And, you know, he's a Ranger, jump boots, you know, and it was two things for me. One, he looked like a badass. Okay. And then two, like just how everybody was like, you know, just looking at him, you know, and treating him. And I was like, I want that, you know, I want everybody's acceptance. I want to be that badass, you know. And I, you know, remember asking him questions about stuff, you know, because you don't know, you know. I'm like, how many people have you killed already? You know, like, you know, when you jump out of the plane, do you wear your beret? You know, I mean, G.I. Joe, you know, like, exactly. You know, hell, you don't know what you don't know what you don't know.
Exactly. Yep.
And anyway, it was a huge impact on me. So pretty much, you know, from my teenage years on, I told everybody, I'm getting the hell out of this town, and I'm going to be an airborne ranger. And that was it. And everybody was, you know, making fun of me, and everybody was, you know, like, no, you're not going to do that. You're not tough enough. Those guys, you know, they got to be hardcore and all this, you know, all this stuff. And I wasn't athletic, you know, I wasn't a terribly athletic. I was skin and bones, you know. I probably weighed about 130 pounds, you know. I was like 6'2", you know. I was just nothing. And, you know, so I knew that was, you know, in the back of my mind, and I knew that's what I was going to do. And, you know, the other deciding kind of factor as well was there's not a lot in Montana, you know, especially out where I live. Small population, rural area. You're either going to work on a farm, or you're going to work on the oil rigs or in the oil industry in some capacity, or you're just going to take some mediocre job, you know. And the fourth option is just raise hell, sell drugs, and, you know, just wreak havoc. And, you know, I had kind of an epiphany moment, because I will say I was kind of teetering as I got older, and life started, you know, like really kind of hitting me like, hey, is this actually something I want to do? You know, I was about 17, and, you know, I tell this story because it was a life-changing moment for me. I'm at a kegger, you know, out in the middle of some farm field, pallets burning, you know, having fun, drinking beer, all this different stuff. And these, you know, kids show up. They're about, you know, 20, you know, 23 years old. And, well, at the time they were adults. I was a kid. And they're just getting drunk with us, and they're trying to steal our girls, and, you know, all this stuff. And they're just kind of being, you know, bullies as well. They're bullying guys and all this. And I just remember like, holy shit, if I don't get out of this town, that's going to be me. I'm going to be that exact same way. And I was like, I just knew I didn't want that. Mm-hmm. You know, I have great parents, phenomenal work effort. Our work ethic. They just, you know, they've worked their butts off their whole lives, but I knew I wanted more. And there was no money for college. Plus there's no way in hell I would have did well if I went to college. You know, I wasn't an entrepreneur. I didn't have any grand ideas, none of this. I was like, the quickest way out of this town is to join the military. So that's what I did. I did the delayed entry program. My parents couldn't sign that paperwork fast enough. They're like, yep, you need to get the hell out of here. You know, one, because you need to get the hell out of here. Two, you need to, you know, toughen up, and you need to be set straight, because you're kind of a hooligan. Because I was an asshole as a teenager. I was always in trouble, for some shit. It's surprising I didn't get arrested.
You're exactly what the Army wants.
Exactly, right. So, funny story, go graduate high school, go to, MEPS, and they're like, nope, you're not going to be an airborne ranger. I'm like, well, then I'm going to go join the Marines. So I went over to the Marines, depot, was talking to the gunny, all this different kind of stuff. And, he was great. And I was actually kind of thinking about it. The Marines have great uniforms, and they're freaking awesome salesmen, the few, the proud. I mean, come on, You
join to become a Marine. You don't join for the benefits.
Yeah, right. Exactly. All this shit, And I probably would have, to be honest with you, just because I was just hell-bent on getting the hell out of the town. And I knew I wanted to be an infantryman. I knew I wanted to be on the ground. That's all I knew. Their technical skills, all this stuff, I didn't give a shit about. And eventually the Army guy came back over and he's like, okay, well, I can't get you a Ranger contract, but I can get you an airborne contract. I'm like, okay, that's good. Because I did know, my uncle did tell me, his career in Ranger Regiment wasn't very long, but, he did stay in the military for a while. And he was like, when you're in airborne school, they'll come around and you can volunteer. And that's because that's what he had done, So I was like, okay, that's good enough. So, shipped off, went to basic training, thought I was going to die because I stepped off that plane in Atlanta, Georgia, and that humidity hit me in the face. It was June of 98. I was like, oh my God, what in the hell is this? And I'm just thinking I'm going to die. I'm going to be a heat casualty. But basic training was what basic training was. It wasn't hard. It was just long, and, you get messed with a lot. And as long as I won't want to say I excelled in basic training or I was anything, substantial. I did really become a really good runner because I had long legs, was really skinny, so I loved to run then. I don't love to run anymore. If you see me running, there's something wrong probably. Airborne school. And then I was going to go to the 82nd Airborne, and the LNO for Ranger Regiment, he had like an office set up, but I never saw the dude, so I was constantly like writing notes and sliding them under the door, knocking on the door, because I was like, I don't want to go to the 82nd, I want to be a Ranger.
And this is AIT, correct? Or how?
Yeah. So it goes basic training, AIT, then after AIT, you go to airborne school.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. And in airborne school, it was super interesting. Airborne school was fun. We had a lot of fun. You got the weekends off. It's a gentleman's course, but you're in there with like colonels. You're in there I was in there with a bunch of Marines. I actually got in a fight with a Marine like the first night, and the only thing that he was actually a way better fighter than me is, one, I think he was drunk, and two, he destroyed his hand because he tried to swing at me and he hit a wall, and he actually like got recycled, but and then it was pretty much he destroyed his hand. Like I think he broke like damn near every bone in his hand, and then after that it was easy to kick his ass. So but he was definitely the better fighter. Just his stance, like right off the bat, I was like, oh fuck,
it's gonna hurt.
This is gonna hurt. I'm like, goddamn, because he you could tell just by the face and the chiseled jaw and everything, he'd been a Marine for a while. Like this wasn't his first rodeo, So, but anyway, but airborne school was a lot of fun. It was really cool to kind of experience that. A little bit of freedom, but you're also getting exposed to different ranks and everything else, and you're doing all that stuff. And it's pretty neat. But I was like, I knew that I wanted to be a Ranger. I had you get in that mind frame when you're in the pipeline of some that nothing's going to stop you. And finally, they do this brief like at the end of airborne school, and they're like, if anybody wants to go to Ranger Regiment, just show up here. And I show up, and he's going around. He's like, write your name, all this different kind of stuff. There wasn't a lot of people there. There was only like 20 of us in there. And I remember these two kids that I'd been in basic training with, and there was one that this guy was hard charging, right? Like he was airborne Ranger all the way. He would stay up like at night, shining his boots. He's like, in Ranger Regiment, you have to have the best boots. Like they got to be like glass, and he knew the Ranger creed, like all this different kind of stuff. And he went at the brief. I was like, what in the hell? Like, and I can't remember the guy's name. You never remember the losers' names. And happened to run out of him after. Oh, well, hold on real quick. So we're going through the brief, and he like looks at this list, you know, the RIP cadre. He's standing there, the recruiter. He's standing there. He goes, Mike Burke. He goes, who's Mike Burke? And I'm like, right here. He's like, I almost don't want to let you come because of how much you've annoyed me and how many notes you've led me. And I'm like, listen, I want to be a Ranger, you know, Sergeant, you know, and nothing's going to stop me. And he kind of like looked at me like, all right, fine, whatever. He's like, whatever, I don't care. You know, he's like, you'll probably get washed out anyway. So, you know, but anyway, so we leave that brief. And I remember we're walking by because we're like where the brief was, there was the holdover barracks or like the dropout barracks and stuff like that. We walk by and we see that kid. It's me and my other buddy that wanted to be, you know, there's 3 of us. So we were like core group. We were going to be Rangers. And we see him and we're like, hey, what the hell are you doing over here? Like, did you get hurt or something like that? Because I think at that point we'd done like swingline trainer. We'd done a bunch of stuff and guys were getting hurt doing that stuff. You know, we hadn't jumped out of the plane yet. And anyway, he's like, no, he's just like, nah. He's like, I don't want to do this. It's too hard. I'm like, dude, we haven't even done anything yet. And he's like, yeah. He's like, I just hear that they like kick your ass and it's really hard. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of the fucking idea. And like, we've been talking about this for, I don't know, how long are you at this point? Like 15 weeks, you know, like this is what we've all been talking about like this whole time. And I just remember like, I don't want to sit there and say like I had another epiphany moment, but I do remember thinking like, wow, man. I wonder how many people self-select just because they get in their heads. Because you got all these rumors about stuff. Like, you know, if you're in Ranger Regiment, you can't be married. You know, if you're in Ranger Regiment, you're never going to be home. If you're in Ranger Regiment, like, you know, all this different, you know, you'll never eat. You know, they only feed you like 1 meal a day. You know, like there's all these stupid flipping rumors, you know, and they're just rumors, but they actually probably exist for a reason because those people that let that dissuade them are probably not the people we want anyway. Yeah. Well, actually, they're definitely not the people that we want, you know, because the people we want are the people that lean into discomfort or fear or, you know, the unknown. Those are the kind of people that are successful in you know, special operations specifically. But anyway, so, you know, they come and, you know, this story's been told a million times by a million different people, but, you know, you get out you graduate airborne school, you're all excited. Everybody's so freaking excited. You know, you're now an airborne, you know, soldier. Everybody's going to their first assignments, all this different kind of stuff. People's family are there. You know, it's just this amazing thing. And I remember actually my mom and my grandma, they came down. It was really, really cool to have them there for my graduation. And then you're like, fuck, it's not over for me. And you don't know if you got the weekend off. You know, you have no idea. You know, they tell you do, but you know, you don't know. You don't know what you don't know, right?
It's big army too. They'll take it all away from you.
Yeah, right. You know, but you're supposed to have the weekend off. But anyway, so you know, you do the formation. You got all your gear. You know, you got your duffel bags and RIP cadre. Just, you know, they come out. You know, they step off the 5-ton in like a Humvee or whatever it was, and you're just like, oh my god, look at these fucking dudes, man. Just spit starched uniforms, freaking boots that are just glass and that black beret. And you're just like, holy shit, these guys are badasses, right? And they look mean. and what's funny is my RIP cadre, they're actually still to this day, and many people will back me up on this, they're like the meanest looking motherfuckers. Yeah. Like, you know, one of them was this guy Blum, and he's still like, if I saw him today, I'd still be like, don't hurt me, dude. Like he's just, and that guy, man, he would run with his dip in. But anyway, so, you know, they step off and they're like, hey, you know, throw one duffel bag on the back of the 5-ton and then, you know, put on the rest of your shit. And I don't really know why, but I'd kind of been smart. I hadn't bought a bunch of shit, but I do remember guys like had bought, and like guys had like suitcases and shit like this, and they had all these different, you know, they'd bought all kinds of different stuff in airborne school. And I just remember kind of like looking around like, holy shit, like they're gonna have to carry all this stuff. And you just start running. And you run up the road. It's not far. I don't know how far it is. Maybe it's 2 miles. It's probably less than 2 miles, I think. It's not very far.
Seems like eternity when you don't know.
Yeah, right. You don't know, you know. And so we run, you know, we start running and dudes are dropping shit. And I remember one guy like took his suitcase, like threw it in the woods, and then they made him go get it. They're like, "You're not littering on post," you know.
Like I'll go back and get it.
Yeah, that was his thought process. I didn't really blame him, man. I was like, yeah, I probably would have done the same shit, you know, because it sucked, you know. And you get up there and you know you ground all your gear, you put it in formation. I think the first sergeant, you know, comes out and kind of reads you the riot act and like, hey, you know, this is going to be hard. This is going to be tough. We're going to separate the men from the boys, you know, that kind of standard speech, you know, and you're like, okay. What
that pumped you up a little bit?
It did. It really did because, and the reason it pumped me up is because so far there was nothing that like, I was like, man, this is fucking tough. I mean, it was difficult, but it wasn't tough. There was no moments in basic training or airborne school. I was like, I don't know if I can fucking do this. Like, I don't know if I can, you know, keep on going. Like, there was never a moment like that. So I was like, okay, you know, this is going to be the test. And I'm like, what's this weekend got in store for you? You know, and they're not telling you anything. You know, they're not telling you, hey, we're just going to do this, and then you're going to have the weekend off. You know, so you're just going through, you know, and they smoked us, but it wasn't really anything substantial, you know. And then they're like, okay, you know, we're going to file you in one at a time. And I don't remember what they filed us in for. I think it was like room assignment or something like that. And then they get us back out in formation. And then they make us like get in this big conference room and we're filling out paperwork. We're doing all this different stuff. And I don't know, in a moment of like lapse, I couldn't remember my social security number. Like, I have no idea, you know, and I'm like panicking, like, fuck, what's my, you know, you got to fill out this like mail card, probably is what it was. Like, and I can't remember my and I know my social security card. I couldn't, I'm like, oh my God, like, I'm already going to get kicked out. Like, I haven't even done anything. And I go up there and I'm like, Sergeant, he's like, what do you want? I was like, I can't remember my social security number. And he's like, how many times have you said your social security number over the last like 15 weeks? And I was like, a fucking lot. But I don't know. I just can't fucking remember it. And he's like, well, it's going to cost you. And I was like, oh my God, what's it going to cost me? And like, you know, he smoked the shit out of me for like, you know, 10 minutes. I was like, okay, whatever. So I got my social security number and, you know, it was fine. And, you know, we put our shit in our rooms. They got us, you know, they kind of fucked with us a little bit. And then they're like, all right, everybody out in the hallway. So we get out in the hallway and they're like, all right, time is now. You have to be back here Sunday at this time. Don't drink. Don't go, you know, avoid these areas, you know, and the real work starts on Sunday. Get the fuck out of here. And I'm like, holy shit. So, you know, and I went and spent the weekend with my grandma and my mom and it was awesome. And it was kind of, I don't want to say like I was down, but I was definitely like, because, you know, they'd flown down there. And that was a big thing for my parents, you know, for my grandma. My grandma never travels. And my mom, it was a big deal, you know. And I was like, it kind of messed with me that, like, they potentially could be down here all weekend and they're not going to see me again. You know, they appeared in my airborne wings, but they're not going to see me again. So I was like, you know, but it was fine. You know, we had a great weekend and everything else. Took them to the airport and, you know, reported on Sunday to where I needed to go. And it started. And it fucking started, man. And I will tell you what, it was intense. It was, you know, not only physically, but mentally too, because, you know, some guys will, you know, they'll talk about like when people are really sucking or people are quitting, they'll draw motivation from that. And I didn't learn this until later on, but I'm not one of those people. When I see people really hurting, like really, really suffering and quitting, it like kind of takes my energy as well. And I realize it's because like I intrinsically care about people. Like even if they're pieces of shit, I still care about people. But, you know, and I'm just watching people quit just left and right and people just hurting and people crying, you know, like literally crying. Like, I don't think I can do this. And I'm like, fuck, man. Like, and I was hurting too, you know, it was not fun. It was not a cakewalk, you know, and it was nonstop. And it was, you know, you're stressed out the whole time because you don't want to fuck up and there's things you have to do right. You can't just fumble fuck your way through it. You got to do a land nav. You got to do all this different kind of stuff. And, you know, and you got rip cadre that, you know, cause I was a good runner and they look at your scores and they're like, okay, you're a front road guard. Okay. And being the front road guard is always the worst because you're the one that has to always catch up, you know, you know, and you got to stay ahead. And I just remember, you know, we take off like on, this was the very first run. And this guy that I was telling you about, Blum, he, right before we're getting ready to start, he puts in, I mean, a full bottom lipper dip. I'm like, okay, well, that's interesting. And then we take off on this run. And this dude, I mean, every time I turn my head, he's on my heels. He's like, get up there, road guard. And I mean, the dude's not even like breathing. I swear to God, like he's not even breathing. He's got a giant dip in. And I'm like, how is this fucking possible? Like, this is not possible. There's just no way this can happen. You know, I am a good runner. You know, I'm running sub 12s. Okay. Well, right at 12. So I mean, come on, let's not exaggerate.
That's pretty fast, though.
Yeah. Well, I also weighed like $130, you know, so I weighed nothing, you know, so I run like the wind. And I just, it worked. It worked. It made me second guess myself if I had what it took, because I'm like, I am busting my ass running. And this dude has got a dip in, and he's acting like this is a warm up for him. You know, we do this run and we come back and I'm like, whew, okay. Yeah. All right. You know, and I don't want to sit there and say like I was thinking about quitting during the run, but I was definitely like, this is the first morning. This is like the start of everything. I'm like, oh my God. You know, and but it was fun. You know, we had a lot of fun. They did a lot of training.
How long did that last? Then, like, rip back in 98.
Yeah, so in 98 it was 3 weeks. But the first, like, I don't know if I remember right. I want to say the first 2 weeks is nonstop. Okay, like it's just, you know, nonstop fucking with you. All this different kind of stuff. You're doing events. You know, you got critical events. You got to do land nav. You got to do ruck marches. All this different kind of stuff. And then you actually have like the weekend off in between the second and the third week. So, you know, and it was awesome. It was absolute suck fest. It sucked. I was challenged in ways that I never, ever thought I'd be challenged. I watched so many guys quit, you know, just left and right. My buddy, the other buddy that I was telling you about, like, yeah, he was like, I'm fucking done, dude. Let's fuck this shit, you know? And I'm like, holy shit. And I want to say, don't fact check me on this, but I want to say we had about 80 people in my rep class. Okay. And when we finished that second 2 weeks, we had roughly right around 20. Okay. Maybe a little bit more. It wasn't very many of us. And I remember standing there, like, you know, the last formation on the Friday, and they told us, they're like, hey, you know, we got some stuff we got to do today. Most of it's recovery stuff. And then you guys are going to have the weekends off. Okay. You know, I remember too, they were like, after dinner chow, you're gonna have the weekend off. I'm like, why the fuck are we going to dinner chow? Like, because dinner chow was always a pain in the ass too, because you had to eat, it was like basic training. You had to eat quick, but you also were eating with all the other Rangers, you know, from the battalions, and they're just
they don't like you.
Yeah, you know, you are fucking pond scum. So not only are you having to eat fast, but you also feel like you're the scum of the earth at the same time. You know, you're like, ugh. But I do remember that I was like, man, this chow hall is way better than the freaking one of the basic training. Like, goddamn, this is good. I'm gonna have to come back here someday, you know? Anyway, but I do remember standing like the final formation, like right after chow, and like looking, you know, around, and I'm like, holy shit. Dude, I'm still standing here. Like, I made it through this. And these guys that, like, you know, because you start to look up to your peers, you know. And I remember there was a guy that was in my RIP class that he'd been prior service. I don't recall what. I don't know. Maybe he was a Marine. Maybe he was in the Army or something like that. He was really squared away too, and he's a beefcake, you know. And we all looked up to him, and he quit. And I'm like, Jesus, like if that guy quit, like what in the hell chances do I have, you know? And I just remember standing there, and I'm like, the first time, I can literally honestly say the first time in my life, I had pride. I was like, I did this. Like, holy shit, you know? And the third week, they kind of told us, like, third week's still going to suck, but you guys have made it through the crucible. You still got some tests you got to do, like Ranger history tests, Blue Book standards, all this different kind of stuff. But for the most part, the third week, you know, you've made it. Now it's yours to lose, so to speak, you know. And So it was like the first time I ever can say that I really felt pride. Like I'd earned something. I'd earned my spot to stand in that formation. It's not that I didn't feel it at the blue cord ceremony after basic training. I did, but I mean, who really quit basic training and who really quit airborne school? There's a few people, but and some people get hurt along the way, but that shit, it's going to happen no matter what. That's not a decider, for anything. And I remember I called my parents, and they hadn't heard from me in a couple weeks and everything else. And my mom, she had obviously conveyed to my dad that like I was super nervous, like it was going to be hard, and I was stressed out about it. And I just remember they called and they're like, "Well," and I'm like, "I made it. I still got the 1 week left, but I made it through the hard part." And I just remembered like their pride, like amplifying through the phone, like it got to me, man. And I was like, and I felt, to draw back, like I felt like what I imagined my uncle had felt when everybody was staring at him. Mm-hmm. And I hadn't earned my black beret yet. I wasn't wearing it yet, but it's
like one step closer.
One step closer, right? So anyway, it was like a huge moment for me, and it also gave me confidence that like, hey, if I can do this, okay, then I can do other things. I've set a new normal, and this is something I talk to my kids about all the time, is prior to that 3 months, what was my normal? What was my hardest moment in life, physically and mentally and everything else? Sure, a lot of the trauma and stuff I'd been through, and I'd done some physical stuff. I was on track team. I played football a little bit. I was not an athlete. I just said I played, okay, just to be clear, okay? I didn't say I was a fucking athlete. I just said I played. But I really was like, I've created a new normal. I can now, what can I do? What am I actually capable of? All these other people fell off and self-selected and weren't able to do what I just did. And we came back the third week, and I remember it was like the first time I felt a change. Like I was different. I felt different. I felt like a soldier. I felt like I was going to be a ranger, And anyway, so that third week, it was not hard. I've always been good at like tests and memorizing, and I found it incredibly intriguing. And there was a little bit of fuckery, and some stuff, and there was some technical stuff we had to do too, but it wasn't really challenging. And then General McChrystal, he presided over the Ranger graduation. I'm sorry, the RIP graduation. It was RIP at the time. At the National Ranger Memorial, that's over at Fort Benning, which is just amazing to begin with as well. And put that scroll on and put that beret on, and I'd have fought a fucking dragon. Now go to a Marine Corps.
Yeah.
We all remember the dragon. We all remember the dragon.
Absolutely, dude. Yeah. And I always tell people that with like boot camp, you were God's gift to Earth.
Oh yeah,
the indoctrination of the Marine Corps boot camp, because people are like, oh, boot camp. I was like, no, you don't understand. Like, because I've talked to a lot of, obviously, I have tons of friends now. In Army.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Army is just different with your guys' boot camp.
There's not like this huge. So you have at the end of basic, I don't even remember what they call it, but basically it's like the 12-miler out of the field. Mm-hmm. That's like the crucible event. And don't get me wrong, it sucks.
Tough. Yeah,
but it's not like what the Marine Corps does.
Yeah, the Marine Corps breaks you down like mentally.
Yes.
Like, are you going to make it through boot camp? And everyone's like, are we surviving boot camp? Like that's true.
Are you going to kill me?
Like, oh my God, and some people die. Recycle, and you're like, fuck, dude, it's 3 months long. It's 12 weeks.
Exactly.
Just that.
Yeah.
And it's very strict, obviously. It's very by the number, because sometimes you're like, I don't know. I couldn't understand. My buddies have been drill instructors, and obviously they get breaks, but I was like, the rest of the Marine Corps cannot be like this. You know what I mean? Like the regulation, like to the T. Yeah. I was like, you can't live like this for 4 years. Yeah. It's like impossible.
Well, and that's what's funny too, is that a lot of people think that's what the Army is going to be like.
Yeah, exactly. Or the Marine Corps or something. Yeah.
And it's not.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah.
So, I mean, it was a big moment. It was huge. It's a tradition that's been passed down. That at the end of RASP now, it's called RASP 1 now, and you do your donning ceremony. You spend all week. Also, one of the things you're doing all week too is shaping your beret, and it's the first time like the RIP cadre. Like, all right, gather around, like story time, basically, and they're like, we're going to teach you how to do this. you know, and they're not yelling, they're not screaming, nothing. And they're showing you, like showing you how to do something with your hands. Also telling stories and talking about why it's so important to do it and why we do it, you know, in not a classroom way, in a personal way. I just remember that being like, you know, the RIP cadre, and I don't remember who it was, like, you know, as he's talking about the beret and like what it means to him, and he's reflecting on when he was a RIP, you know, cadet, you know, what that felt like to him. And I'm just like, dude, this fucking dude, man, like this means the world to him. Like this needs to mean then therefore it needs to mean the world to me too. You know, I look up to this guy. So this needs to be the world to me as well. And, you know, it's not that the uniform or anything that I'd done so far hadn't meant a lot to me, but that it was very, very impactful to me. And, yeah, so graduated, found out I was going up to Washington State, you know, and I was so stoked. One, because it was close to Montana. Two, I'd always wanted to go out to Washington. And three, I just didn't want to stay in fucking Georgia.
Oh, yeah, I get that.
I just did not want to stay in Georgia. And went up there with one of my buddies as well, Graham Ferris. And, you know, so we were just stoked, elated, you know, to be going up there together. We kind of hit it off, you know, so we were pretty close, and, you know, got up there. And
so that's when you truly then, because I don't know like a ton about like the Marine Corps, or sorry, the Army pipeline. So it is when you get done with RIP.
Yeah,
it's gonna sound stupid to everybody. It's probably
no,
heard
that's
these
fine.
podcasts
No,
before.
no,
like
no.
even I'm like I have a bunch of friends that are Rangers, but it's like so that RIP then they're like you're cutting orders.
Yep.
To the Ranger Battalion, like
Yep.
you are now officially.
You are,
because sometimes they do that weird thing. The Marine Corps is like this. Like, well, you go into the platoon and then we'll see where things go.
No.
You know, it's like no, you're cutting orders and you are now heading.
If you meet all of
Battalion.
the standards, and you pass everything, and you do the donning ceremony, you're going to a battalion. There is no holdover. Yeah, there's the guys that get, you know, screwed over, and they're like, hey, you're going to go be this guy's driver for like a year or something, you know, but that doesn't happen really. And it, you know, it doesn't happen very often. You're going to a Ranger platoon. And, yeah, I mean, it was very quick. I mean, I think they cut us for the weekend. They didn't even cut us for the weekend. I think it was literally like Saturday I had to be back, and then we flew up, you know, in civilian clothes, up to Fort Lewis. And then there's a bus waiting for you, and it takes you to the in-processing center for post, not for Ranger Regiment, you know, and you sit there for like a week and do all your in-processing. And when I got to Ranger Regiment, they were gone. They were on a deployment. Or not a deployment. They were on a training exercise. I think it was Hunter Liggett. It could have been Panama. It was either Panama or Hunter Liggett. I don't remember.
Well, they were rotating out of Panama at the time?
They were just doing training.
The training stuff?
Yeah, just training. They trained a lot in Panama in the 90s.
After the invasion.
Yeah, after the invasion. Yeah. So I never actually went with Ranger Regiment to Panama. I went back after, you know, with...
yeah, same. I've been to Panama. Too. Yeah.
Panama's a lot of fun.
Yep.
You know, so like we just did shit like around the battalion. We painted. I remember I painted the whole med shed. You know, the med offices and stuff like that. And we slept in like a day room. You know, there wasn't very many of us up there. It was like less than six. I think it was like six of us that went up to 275 together.
So do you guys like? Well, so now you're like, we call it fleet, but you're big or not big army, but you are now at Ranger Regiment.
Yep.
Like you have a life per se.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
what you guys living situations that you guys?
Yeah.
like,
So
you know, like,
at that time, well, that for that short like week or whatever it was, we kind of lived in like a day room because the platoons weren't there, so they weren't going to give us to the platoons. You know, because pretty much everybody was really truly gone. I mean, the rear D was not very many dudes. The chow hall wasn't even open. We had to go down the street to a leg chow hall. But, you know, once the battalion got back, then, you know, we saw them coming back. They made us like go down the airfield. We helped like load bags. And, you know, I remember the fuckery of that. You know, guys are like, who are these fucking dudes? You know, like, you know, and you're just like, because you're skinny, you got a stupid high and tight, and you're, you know, and your PT's looking like an idiot, you know, and all these guys are coming back and, you know, they're all dirty and gross and just got done partying and training in Panama. So you're like, oh my God.
How long were those rotations then?
Yeah, I think that was like 3 weeks.
Oh, okay.
So it just depends.
It wasn't like a full deployment or something.
No, it wasn't. You know, during those times, you know, things were 3 weeks. We did some exercises that might have been 4 or 5. Like one-on-ones I went on was like 5 weeks. But yeah, it's definitely not the Marine Corps, like where you're getting post-mobed, you know, and all that stuff. So, but anyway, So, we go up to the S1 and then they're like, okay, you're going to BCO, you're going to you're going to this company, you're going to this company and everything else. So then, you drag all your shit over to the company and you're sitting out the first sergeant's office. The platoon sergeants like come down and they're like, I get this one. And what I didn't know at the time, because I just didn't know what I didn't know, one of the platoon sergeants wasn't there. Okay. And so I go to 3rd Platoon Bravo Company. Okay. Pete Rothke is a platoon sergeant. And he's just a troll of a man. He's still a troll of a man. I love him to death. But he's like, you're going to 3rd Platoon. I'm like, okay. Well, I guess I'm going to 3rd Platoon, And he's like, squad leader or somebody will be down here in a second to come get you. I'm like, okay. So this guy comes down and I give this guy shit. He's William Utero is the guy's name. He comes down and he's an untabbed specialist, but he's in PT. Or no, he was like in BDU bottoms and like a brown t-shirt, right? Mm-hmm. So I had no idea, so you just call everybody sergeant. He didn't correct me.
Yeah.
And so he brings me upstairs. He puts me, he gets me in this room. He's like, you doing okay, man? You like, all right? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'm like, just waiting for whatever is going to happen, sergeant, He's like, no. He's like, we're not like that, man. We don't do that shit here. I'm like, okay. He's like, sit down, man. Here. And he like pulls out like a game controller. I don't even know what it was, like a Nintendo or something, maybe a Sega Genesis. He's like, you want a beer? I'm like, yeah, sure. So he gives me like a beer. He's like, hey, just hang out in here, man. Like everybody's pretty much gone for the day. Like we'll talk in the morning. You can just sleep on the couch. He's like, I think you're going to be down in this room, but just sleep on the couch tonight. I'm like, okay. So I'm like drinking beer and like playing this game and stuff like that. And then I kind of like hear some commotions in the hallway. Cause he like, he sits, he like drinks a beer and then he like gets up and he like leaves. And I hear like a commotion in the hallway. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on out there? Like, I wonder if they're getting in a fight or something like that. And then like, you can kind of like sense danger,
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's like that, that meme with Millhouse on the bus. He's like, I'm in danger, kind of like that. I'm like, what the fuck is going on out there? And I'm like, whatever's going on out there, I've come to the conclusion and it involves me. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what to do. I'm just sitting there and the door just literally flies the fuck open. Mm-hmm. And these two guys come. I remember kind of almost smirking because one guy was like really short and one guy was like fucking ginormous. Mm-hmm. So it was like Spike and his little, little dog, little minion. Yeah. And they just start screaming at me. And they're like, we've been looking all fucking over for you. What the fuck are you doing? Where do you think you? And I mean, the Scunions start, right? Yeah. And they're fucking me up just in this hallway. I mean, front, back goes, freaking low crawling, freaking frog jumpers, like all this shit just up and down the hallway. Mm-hmm. People are standing outside in the hallway, just drinking beer, standing in the doorway, just watching me. It's kind of one of those things that are looking at you like, God, thank God I'm not you, You can tell some of them are privates too, Yeah. And this goes on for a while. And then all of a sudden I hear the guy, Pete Rothke, fucking arguing, and they're like down the hall. I hear him like yelling and screaming. He's like, fuck you, Nick. Like, no, that's not what we fucking said, and all this shit. And then they come like walking down the hallway together, and it's this guy, Nick Rolling, who's another fucking troll of a man. Yeah. Okay. And this guy, fucking Pete Rothke, and Nick like getting in Pete's face, which is, especially knowing these two individuals, it's fucking crazy because these are Ranger fucking platoon sergeants in the 80s, man. These guys are tougher than fucking nails, okay? And they're arguing, and I hear him go, and everybody's kind of looking at it, so I kind of like take the moment to like not do whatever I'm supposed to be doing, which is probably like push-ups or something, and I'm kind of looking too. And Nick Rolling goes, I told you, I get the fucking next fucking new guy that's over 6 foot tall. We fucking decided this, Pete. Like, this is the way it's going to be. So he's fucking mine. First Sergeant fucking backs me up. Like, he's fucking mine. And I'm like, who the fuck? And I'm like, oh, fuck. They're fucking talking about me. Like, son of a bitch, man. I can't catch a fucking break. So sure as shit, Pete's like, I know. I just fucking with you. You can get him out of here. And so this fucking dude just he's like, where's he? He goes like, where's he at? And then he like looks and he goes, oh. Yeah. And he just walks out. He goes, get the fuck up. What the fuck you think you're doing? You think you're in fucking 3rd Platoon? I'm like, bro,
I don't know where I'm going.
you think I decided this shit? You know? And anyway, so I get up. He makes me grab my shit. And he's fucking yelling at me and just calling me all kinds of fucking names. And, you know, like I'm the dumbest piece of shit because I went to 3rd Platoon and, you know, they're a bunch of transvestites. And like, I mean, you know, it's funny as shit, right?
Just talking mad shit.
Just talking mad shit. So I go up there and there was like a couple Spec 4s up there. 2nd Platoon was pretty much gone. And there was this one guy named PFC Kelly. And so these Spec 4s like fuck with me a little bit. Come to find out they're not even fucking tabbed, you know. But for the most part, it's no big deal, right? And so they're like, you're in this room. So I go in this room. PFC Kelly, you know, he's my roommate, and he's like, you know, so all the chaos starts. He's like, hey, dude, you can set your shit up here. I'll help you set it all up. You know, this is gonna be your area. He's like, and he like, I remember he like looks at me, right? He like makes sure he like catches my eyes. And he's like, dude, I'm so glad you're fucking here. And I'm like, okay. He's like, I'm not the fucking new guy anymore. He's like, I've been the new guy for 4 months. And I'm like, okay. So anyway, we go to sleep. Okay. And replay what happened in 3rd Platoon about 3 o'clock in the morning. I wake up, okay, at 3 o'clock in the morning because I hear fucking commotion in the fucking hallway. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, oh my God. And then I hear Kelly go, ah, fuck. And the door fucking flies open. And it's my squad's fucking tab Spec 4s and fucking team leaders. And it just fucking starts again. And I'm like, son of a bitch, man. And they're drunk off their fucking asses.
This is the weekend too.
Yeah. I honestly don't remember. You know, it might have been, but it could have not been because they just got back. So they probably had the day off anyway, you know? So, and it just fucking started again. And but the good thing was I hadn't have to do it alone. You know, Kelly thought, you know, and I remember because I like had me in like immediately like in the fucking iron chair, you know, and I remember Kelly was like kind of like peeking, you know, because we had like our room divided because our room was a squad room also. So one half was the squad room and him and I's area was the other half of the room. We had it kind of blocked off with wall lockers with like a little space in between. And he's kind of like looking around. And I just remember Matt Nyman's the guy's name. He goes, Kelly, what the fuck you think you're doing? He's like, nothing, Sergeant, or specialist or whatever the guy's, you know, I think he was a specialist at the time. He's like, you think just because we got a fucking new guy, you don't have to do this shit? Get your ass out here. And I just remember Kelly being like, fuck. And they fucked us up, man. Like all fucking night into the fucking morning. And then, you know, life continued after that, you know, and it was, they fucked with us a lot. They smoked the fuck shit out of us, like all the fucking time. And, you know, it just was what it was. Yeah. You know, fast forward a little bit. I just remember being like, are you guys ever going to like fucking train me on something? Like, am I going to actually like learn how to do my fucking job? You know, I remember doing an airfield seizure. So an airfield seizure is, you know, a kind of staple of the Ranger Regiment. You basically jump in a period of darkness at night, mass tack, you know, 800 feet. In combat, it'll be 500 feet, you know, fully fucking kitted out with all your gear, rucksack, tons of ammo, all this different kind of shit on an airfield, you know, an enemy occupied territory, seize the airfield, you know, eliminate, you know, all the enemy, all the threats on it, on the airfield. And then at the same time, you know, expanding its security and doing all this different kind of stuff while also clearing obstacles. Because if you're going to take an airfield and the enemy thinks you're going to take an airfield, they're going to put a bunch of obstacles on the runway too. That way you can bring in aircraft and all this different kind of stuff. And now you got a staging point, you know, and it's kind of a tenet of the Ranger Regiment. And I remember jumping on this, the first one. It was like the real first big training exercise I did. It was down in Florida, actually. And it was something called JRX. Sorry. It took me a second there. We've changed acronyms a lot over the last 25 years. But it was it was a joint readiness exercise. So that was the first time like I got exposed to other units. You know, there's SF, Delta guys there and stuff like that, and probably even some conventional Army folks as well. It was a huge joint exercise. And I remember I landed on this airfield, dark as shit, go to put on my night vision, and they don't work. Anyway, make a long story short, I didn't put batteries in my night vision. Well, no one had ever told me you got to put batteries in these things. Like, yes, common sense probably should have told me it's but like I didn't know how to do shit.
But you don't know what you don't know, though.
Right. And I didn't know shit. You know, literally the only thing that I really, really knew that night was where my link up point was supposed to be or where I was supposed to move towards. And we completely landed off of where we were supposed to. I'm running through the fucking dark, and I actually collided with Kelly. It was funny too. After we collide, and then we like get up, and he's like, "Who is that, Sergeant?" And I'm like, it's Burke, Sergeant. And he's like, "Oh, it's Kelly." And he's like, "Oh, dude, I'm so glad." He's like, "I'm so glad to find you." He's like, "I'm fucking lost as shit." And I'm like, "Oh, dude, I'm glad to see you too." I was like, "Well, I think we have to head that way because you can always orient yourself off of the tower, right? The control tower. You know, that's what you can use most of the time. There's few airfields where you can't see the control tower from somewhere. One of them being Moses Lake in Washington because it's so goddamn long you can't fucking see the thing. But anyway, for the most part, you could see it. So anyway, we link up with one of our team leaders, and team leader like, "Why don't you have your night vision on?" And I'm like, "Oh, it don't work." And he like makes me pull them out and everything else. And then he's like, "There's no fucking batteries in here," And he puts batteries in it, puts it on, and I'm like, "Whoa, these things are awesome."
Yeah, then you're like, "This is fucking sweet."
Yeah. Anyway, so we do that mission, and I remember the team leader, it's this guy named Acton. He comes over and he's starting to like bust my balls. He's like, "Why didn't you put fucking batteries in your nods? Like what the fuck were you doing?" And I was just like super honest with him, and I was honestly like a little bit like sarcastic with him too. I was like, because I don't know how to fucking use any of my shit. I was like, and I remember like sitting there, I'm like, this is like the second time I've ever drawn my saw, as a saw gunner. And this is the first time I've ever put my night vision on. Like, I don't know how to use this stuff, Sergeant.
So AIT, so your infantry training then?
Yeah.
They didn't really have it?
No, we did not have night vision at all in any of that. I mean, literally the first time I drew my night vision out for this JRX. And that was the first time I'd ever taken them. Really? And it was PVS 7s, or no, 14s, I'm sorry.
It was the dual.
No, it was a single. 14.
Oh, you guys had singles back in 98?
Yeah, we had both. We had both. Yeah, we had both. We had 7s and we had 14s.
Micro fucking sucks, man. I had, at first pump, I had the
oh my God.
Single dual, or I don't remember what we call it. 7s? Was that 7s? I don't even remember anymore, but it was the double with the single.
Yeah,
I had that in 06.
Holy shit.
In combat. You guys have singles since fucking 98?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, it shows funny in the Marine Corps funding.
Yeah, you guys still are carrying around fucking full length M16s too.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
So, I mean, it just is what it is, And anyway, I do remember that kind of like after that, he was kind of like, "Oh fuck, yeah, he's got a good fucking point." He still fucked me up, but and so it got a little bit better. But I will say that like, I thought things were going to be a lot different, and I let it kind of affect my mentality. And what I didn't and wasn't mature enough to realize is that you're going to have bad leaders. That's just life, and they don't know what they don't know at the same time. They're kind of taught what they're taught, throughout time as well. They're a reflection of probably leadership that they got, so, but my point is I really kind of had a shitty mentality. I lucked out. I went to Ranger school at 7 months in Ranger Regiment, which was unheard of. Normally you had to wait over a year. There was an OML for every platoon. The same platoon sergeant, Nick Rolling at the time, he got like all pissed off at all the squad leaders because they kept on sending guys to the Ranger School PT test and they were failing. So, he's like, "Fuck you guys. I'm sending who I want to send."
Was it just the culture then?
Yeah, it was really honestly just my platoon. Maybe BCO like a little bit. Some of the other platoons had it, but for some reason, like that platoon, and I've dug into it, and there was kind of a series of some not so great leaders that kind of cycled through that platoon and were in charge of that platoon.
Because if you're failing PT tests, I mean that's on the physical end of things. It's not like, I mean, it's leadership, but you're like, these guys are.
Well, really, to be honest with you, most of the guys, I mean, because, these are my privates, so we're hanging out, we party, we're talking, most of them were like, "Why the fuck would I want to go to Ranger school? Like, life's not so bad," because they weren't getting fucked with anymore. Not as much as I was, as the new guy. You know, and some of it was, you know, the squad leader I had at the time who was an import, meaning he didn't grow up in Ranger Regiment. So he kind of had a different mentality about things too. And, you know, I mean, it was just a collection of bad things, you know, but, you know, I lucked out. I went to Ranger school. I came back and they immediately put me in weapons squad and I was a gun team leader and I had a great fucking squad leader there.
What was Ranger school like in 98? Because I had a good, I was in the Guard for a few years and I had my master sergeant, now Sergeant Major, now retired. Yeah. Awesome guy. He went through, I think, in like 98 or in the late 90s from the National Guard side. He, Not, he wasn't in Rangers or anything like that, but he told me, I believe when he went through that Ranger school, I think one of the soldiers died or something happened and they had to swallow. I brought this up because you were going through in that time frame. I don't know, maybe it's earlier. They had to basically swallow like a giant pill that would track your core temperature. It was wild. He's like, yeah, we had to like ingest this thing because
I've never fucking heard this.
Yeah. And I was like, all right. I mean, he's not like bullshitting me. And I was like, oh, he's like, because they had an incident where, you know, one of the soldiers, I don't know if they died or if they were trying to track your core heat just in case something happened. And I was like, oh, all right, that's pretty well. He's like, yeah, it sucked ass. We had to like swallow this fucking thing. Yeah. I was like, oh, all right. I don't know.
I don't want to question your buddy, but I've never.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I mean. Like,
never heard of such a technology.
Yeah.
Okay, like I'd
have to
please
text
any of I'll text some of my medic buddies, but I've never heard of such a thing.
I'll text Bird. Maybe he's fucking with me. I don't know. But
there's plenty of guys that got thermometers in their ass. So, you know, that shit happens. Yeah, Ranger school, man. You know, a lot of people will say, "Oh, my Ranger school class was like the last hard class." Mm-hmm. Here's the truth: my Ranger school class was not the last hard class because we could use tobacco.
Nice.
We could smoke. We could freaking dip. Okay. We could chew. You could only have like 10 of any combination. Okay. My Ranger buddy, he dipped, but he did not dip like I dipped. Okay. So he brought extra or he brought his 10, but I always had extra because he didn't use all his shit. The point is I cannot imagine going through Ranger school without nicotine. Like I don't even.
Well, it's probably got rid of it because people fall asleep. I mean, nicotine keeps you up. Right?
Yeah.
I don't smoke or dip. So,
I have no idea why they do. Probably because like everybody comes out of Ranger school addicted to nicotine. Maybe there was a thought process, but I can't even imagine going through Ranger school without nicotine. But Ranger school sucks, man. And it's never that like a single day in Ranger school is so freaking obnoxiously hard that you know you just want to give up. It's every day sucks. And it just sucks for a really long flipping time. You know, I mean, it's 62 days or whatever it is. Plus you have pre-Ranger before, it was 3 weeks too. And the mentality back then for pre-Ranger was mini Ranger school. Like now we know, hey, yes, you need to test guys and you need to test their limits and you need to give them you make sure that they can endure it, but you don't need to do it for the whole 3 weeks. And so there's actually a recovery portion built into the last part of Ranger school, so you're not beat down and fucked up right before you go to Ranger school. And you add in that like right before I went to pre-Ranger, we just got done with a month-long like platoon evals, which was walking our asses off the whole goddamn time. I came out of that, I dislocated my shoulder literally 2 days before I showed up to pre-Ranger. And then I went to pre-Ranger, and then I went to fucking Ranger school. So it was like this like 5 month period where my body was just destroyed. Like it was just destroyed. Like I'd throw on my rucksack and my shoulder would fucking dislocate, and I'd have to take it off and like, you know, hit it. Or my buddy, my Ranger buddy at the time, he kind of learned how to help me with it, you know, and stuff like that. But like it was fucking shitty, man.
And the goal of Ranger school, like obviously you have Ranger Regiment, because I know this is the culture. You have Ranger Regiment, and the people that go to Ranger school. Now the Rangers, like, is the overall aspect of Ranger school to train soldiers into like with leadership and like mission planning, because that's what I've heard a lot is like they get, it's like it sounds to me like it's very like when we did the sniper school, they beat the little details into you. It's all about the details.
It's about sets and reps as far
as sets and reps too. You just keep doing it. You fuck it up, obviously you're gonna fuck up, and you just keep doing. There's always something wrong with your mission plan. But you're just getting the reps in at a miserable pace. But you're
I mean. The way that they describe Ranger School, and the way the Department of Defense tags Ranger School is it's a premier leadership and small infantry tactic school in the Army, and that's really what it is. And add a little bit of specificity to that. You're just doing op orders over and over and over again, from the squad level up to the platoon level and company level, in Florida phase. And you're just doing them over and over again. And you're cycling through leadership positions. So you're getting the sets and reps, not only in the planning cycle, but then also in small infantry tactics, raid, recon, ambushes, movements, which is, obviously something too, react to contact. But the leadership aspect is really, how do you motivate guys that are malnourished, tired as hell, okay? And in some situations, like you got guys, because you have to get goes. You have to get a major go and a minor go in a leadership position. So it means like in Darby, as a squad leader, you have to get a go, meaning you pass your day. You have 24 hours to plan, do the movement, execute whatever mission you have, then do the exfil movement, get everybody in patrol base, and then, and then the next morning, they cycle out the leadership. And in that 24 hours, you have to do enough right that they give you a go. They say you are a go at this proficiency level as a leader. Not necessarily that you actually did great on the mission. You could totally fail the mission, but you kept everybody motivated. You made decisions. You stayed involved, and you kept on moving forward, right? And then you have to do like a minor. So like in Ranger School or in like Darby. Maybe you don't have to do one in Darby. I don't remember. It's been obviously a long time, but like, as a team leader, so you're a subordinate, and you got to do that in every phase. So in mountains phase, now you're either a platoon sergeant or a PL, and then one is a squad leader or a team leader. Okay. And if you don't, then you might get a chance at the end to do another leadership position. And if you get your go, then you're good. But if you don't, you double no go, then you can actually recycle that phase. Plus there's peer reports. Okay, so every phase at the end, you do an end peer report. And if you're in the bottom 1% or 10% of whatever, the number works out to be, you can get recycled or you can get kicked out. Okay. So the point being is like, as you start to get on, especially like in mountain and Florida phase, man, and guys have their go already, they know they're good. They just have to not fuck up, and do something stupid. You got to motivate those guys to help you so that you can get your go. And that's a testament to leadership, and it also helps you refine your leadership style. Like, what kind of leader are you going to be? Hey man, you're going to sit down, you're going to relate with them and have a conversation, be like, hey man, I helped you. I really need your help, whatever it might be, because there's nothing worse, especially in Florida phase. And I'll be honest with you, I remember my buddy, he was a squad leader, and he'd no-goed already in Florida once, okay? And I don't remember what happened. It was kind of something out of his control. It wasn't totally his fault. I think it was kind of the PL had kind of fucked him, and he'd been put in a bad position, and rather than rat out the PL, he took ownership of it. And so we're like 3 days out from the end of Florida phase, and he looks at me, he's like, Burke, he's like, hey man, will you be my team leader? I'm like, fuck, dude, like, no, like I don't fucking want to do it. But, like he'd had my respect. He'd been there for when I needed him, and I was like, yeah, okay, man, I'll do it. I got you. We're going to kick it. We're because he's stressing out. You're stressing out, man. And he's like, we're like, we got this. We're going to do this, So you really learn about leadership as well, and especially if you're thinking about it and you're like, I want to refine my leadership ability when people are told, cold, tired, and hungry, how am I going to motivate them to accomplish a mission, or scared? I mean, it's pretty scary walking through the swamp in the middle of the fucking night. Let's just be honest with you. Okay. Alligator. No, it's just a log, I mean, like a snake. No, it's just a vine, I mean, all this shit, so, and chaos, does ensue, sometimes, because of the Op 4, you know, they surprise you and people start running off all over the place, or the RI freaking sits there and throws an RD sim, or people fall asleep standing up, which happens a lot, or people get hurt, you know, and what do? You know, the RIs, depending on the injury, they're going to take over. But if it's something small, you know, they're going to let it go. If it's not something that's like life, you know, somebody could die, you know, and how do you react, you know, and you're being assessed on all that stuff. And it's just long. It's not that it's overly hard. It's just really long. And by the time you're done, man, I didn't have any weight to lose to begin with, but apparently I did. You know, I don't remember how much I lost, 25, 30 pounds. You know, you're skin and bones, you're freaking sunburnt, you're freaking, I mean, you're windburnt, like you're just, there's nothing to you, and you stink. You smell like rubber bands. So when the body starts to, you know, starve, and you're because you're burning 10,000 plus calories a day because you're moving all the time. You start to smell like burnt rubber bands. Like if you burn a rubber band, like right now, I'd be like, oh, that smells like Ranger School. You know, you stink, you know, and, you know, you look like fucking hammered shit, man. Your feet are hammered shit, you know, by the time you get done. And, but it's, you know, Ranger School graduation's a big deal too. You know, you're like, holy cow, man. Like, wow. That was amazing.
Yeah, especially you get Ranger tabbed and you're in Ranger Regiment. You know, that's your life. You know.
And you kind of ask this. So here's how Ranger Regiment treats Ranger School. Okay, is you're in your probation period when you show up to Ranger Regiment. Okay, and they make a decision based off your potential. Do you have the ability to serve in a leadership capacity in the Ranger Regiment? And if you do, well, we're going to find out. And we're going to send you to Ranger School. And if you pass Ranger School, then you're going to come back and you're probably going to take like a gun team. You know, you're going to take a gun team, or you're going to take, you know, a Carl Gustav team, or some kind of team as like a corporal. You know, and depends on needs. Sometimes you might come back and go straight into a team leader position. But basically they're sending you there to see if you've shown that you have the potential. Now you're proving that you have the potential by going through Ranger School, and then you're coming back and you're going to be a team leader. You know, I mean, I would There's different schools of thought, and I'm not going to sit here and say that I didn't. I sent a few guys to Ranger School hoping that they would fail, and it's just a way to kind of weed them out, you know, and then you can get rid of them because they can't pass Ranger School. But I try not to do that. But a lot of leaders would do that, you know, and it's like, yeah, but what if he fucking graduates? And you're like, fuck, you know, and that shit happens, and then you come back and you're like, damn it, now what am I going to do with this guy, you know? But you know, it's just another crucible event to prove your worth. And that's what makes Ranger Regiment super unique, is there is no resting. There is no idleness in your personal development. You've got to constantly be improving. Everybody wants to be a Ranger fire team leader. Everybody. Shit. The goddamn regimental commander, he would rather be a Ranger fire team leader. Everybody wants to be a Ranger fire team leader. It's the most coveted position in a Ranger Regiment because you are the dude. You are the dude. The sound of the guns is where you're at, you know? And so you got to prove your worth, man. And then, you know, and it just continues. You know, when you know that you're going to be cycling out and your team leader time's done, then you want to be a Ranger squad leader, you know, and you're fighting. So everybody's fighting for those next positions and competing, you know, and it's not necessarily like, you know, fuck you, I'm gonna fuck you over, you know, so that I can get the squad. I mean, that shit happens, sure. But like, you constantly have to be the better version of yourself every single day because it's highly, highly competitive to get into these positions, especially, you know, with all the assessment and the volume of things, like it makes it tough, you know, so it's a very, very competitive place.
What was your guys' op tempo then in the 90s? Like, say you graduate and...
Yeah. I mean, you know, the 90s, you know, so I showed up to Ranger Regiment, you know, in 98, end of 98, October of 98. And really, we honestly didn't do much. Apparently, you know, they'd spent like a shitload of money. They were way over budget because of like 2 back-to-back like rotation, or, you know, because they'd went to Panama and then I think like 400 Liggett. So we really didn't do much. We just kind of walked around, you know, did stuff like during the day, maybe a little bit of night stuff. We did that JRX, but that was funded by JSOC and USOC, you know, that didn't come out of battalion's funds. And then, you know, we did a few more things, you know, some live fires and stuff like that. And then I went to Ranger School. Like I said, you know, I was only there 7 months and then I went to Ranger School. And when I came back, that's really when things picked up. I mean, it was, you know, Monday morning, you show up, you prep everything. Afternoon, you're stepping off. You're either getting trucked out or you're walking out. And you're going to a range, and you're walking range to range to range. Monday through Thursday, Friday morning, you're probably walking back, cleaning guns, and then getting off Friday afternoon. Maybe, or Friday night. It just depends. Or you're jumping in Monday morning, and then walking and doing ranges. And, and we did tons of training rotations out to Yakima, Fort Hunter Liggett. We did something up in Canada. I want to say we did like an Idri up to Alaska. We did quite a bit. And then, I kind of had to change my mentality, but I will say that even as a corporal, as I was a gun team leader, my mentality really, really didn't change that much. It did a little bit better. Because I had a good squad leader and I had some really good dudes in weapons squad. But I was the guy that, definitely was counting down the days. I wasn't going to do this forever. I was like, I'm going to get out, And then I went over to first squad to be a fire team leader. And I probably had one of the worst individuals that you'd ever meet, like as a squad leader. I mean, I can't even describe his leadership style, except for dumb. Like he just was overall just very dumb. Like just not a very smart, acute individual. Like, he'd watched way too many movies, and he was terrible in all execution of everything. So it definitely, but I was a fire team leader, and that's a coveted position, and I had a lot of fun, and we had really cool dudes in the squad. My fire team was awesome. I had some really fucking fun guys. They're still my friends, so we had a lot of fun. So it was kind of, but I was like, I don't think this is for me. Right. And, so I go to PLDC, which is primary leader development course. Okay. For sergeant. I was a corporal fire team leader at the time. I went to PLDC, and while I was at PLDC, they fired the whole fucking platoon.
Oh, all right.
They fired the platoon sergeant. They fired like two of the four squad leaders. Fired a bunch of the team leaders. Like everybody was gone. They just like fired them because basically the squad leaders and a couple of the team leaders like revolted against the platoon sergeant. Like basically like, we're not going to do anything you say. You shut the fuck up. Like, and it wasn't that guy Nick Rolling. It was a different dude. And I won't say his name because unfortunately he was killed later on in his career in Iraq. So, I don't want to speak ill, but he was a terrible platoon sergeant. He had no business being a Ranger platoon sergeant. I mean, literally as a corporal, like my squad leaders and like they would literally like privates would walk up to him, tell him to go fuck himself. Like this guy's a sergeant first class, right? And anyway, so I came back and we're just kind of fucking like shit. What the hell's gonna happen? So they like manned the platoon from all over the company, and I think a little bit from the rest of the battalion. And I get the squad leader in named Master Sergeant Josh Wheeler, at the time Staff Sergeant Josh Wheeler, and my good buddy Casey Cassman, another Montana boy, he was the other team leader, and like the first day, we're like, oh my god, who the fuck is this dude? Like, cause he like kicked down our door at like 4:30 in the morning. We slept downstairs in the NCO, barracks rooms. He's like, get up. He's like, leaders are the first ones into work. We got shit to do. We got to get shit ready for the boys. And we're like, and I just remember Casey was a little bit older than me. He was quite a bit older than me. He's like, dude, what the fuck? Yeah. He's like, what in the shit, man? But that dude, man, he fucking changed my life. Like everything. Because he was full of nothing but fucking energy. But it was deeply seated in passion and love and just care for people and for being a Ranger. He loved just being a Ranger, man. Just being a Ranger was like, fucking motivated the shit out of that guy, And he loved to train. He loved to PT. He loved to do hard things. And he really just like instilled in me like, hey man, like it was hard not to be motivated. It was hard not to laugh. It was hard not to have a good time when you're around him. Like he was just so charismatic and just so full of energy. You couldn't help it. Like you'd roll your eyes sometimes and then you'd be like, fuck yeah. Okay. This is fucking exciting as shit, cause he's the guy like, even though we'd flown on like a a 60, like fucking a million times, you know, getting ready to fast rope on a fucking building. You know, he's a squad leader, you know, and he's in the middle, you know, he's getting ready, you know, we're all getting ready to fast rope, and he's fucking, you know, yelling at the top of his lungs, you know, fucking AC/DC or like, you know, singing, you know, Back in Black or fucking, you know, the Ranger Creed or something like that. And he's just like slapping everybody on the head. He's like, we're warriors, we're fucking Spartans. And you're like, you know, and you'd like roll your eyes, but then you're like, fuck yeah, you're right. We are. We're fucking badasses, dude. Like, this is fucking awesome. And yeah, man, he so I went from this guy that had like, you know, did on my wall that I was gonna ETS out of the Army to re-enlisted, you know, sergeant, and couldn't imagine doing anything else with my life.
They give you any perks for enlisting back in the, what was that, 2000 or what would that have been?
Fuck no. I think I got a T-shirt and a coffee cup. I get shit.
They like ran to the commissary real quick to the PX.
Yeah. No, I mean they had Ranger swag, so I think I got like a T-shirt, a coffee cup, and I don't even think I had a fucking knife. You know, I didn't even have hats back then. You know, so yeah, man, and then we, you know, so we had an awesome squad. We had such good dudes in that squad, the Bastards we were called, and well, we didn't get that name till later, and we were in Germany doing a training exercise, and September 11th happened.
Oh shit! So what was, and that changes everything.
Yeah.
So what was that like seeing that, being like, holy shit?
Yeah, I mean, you know, just like, you know, any war fighters, you know, anybody that, you know, you're training to close with and destroy the enemy, you're praying for war.
Yeah.
Okay. And, you know, people listening, you know, they're like, who the fuck plays for war? Dumb fucking men. Mm-hmm. That's who. Okay. And the industrial machine that makes a lot of money off of it. Mm-hmm. So those are the two people. Okay. And they made a lot of movies about it. But I mean, you know, you can sit there and judge me for it, but we wanted fucking war, man. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we didn't want a bunch of people to fucking die, you know, with the planes slamming into the tower. But, you know, after the shock of that hit us, we're like, we're going to fucking war. Like, we're going to fucking war. And this is what we're trained for, you know. And at this point, I've been in the Army 3 years, you know. Let's do this. And we did. 375 jumped in. So objective Rhino. And then 175.
You guys are 275.
Yeah, we're 275. And 175 goes. And, you know, not a lot happened until the tail end of the deployment, and then Roberts Ridge happened. You know, and Rangers were killed, a lot of Navy SEALs, PJ, all that stuff, you know, and it was a major fucking battle. I remember watching that in the auditorium, like at 275, you know, because we're getting ready to go over, and they pull us all in, and they show us basically the ISR footage of it, you know, and, you know,
that's crazy. That's crazy to talk about that, because that was that ISR footage that is now known 20 years later of Roberts Ridge.
Yeah.
Only recently released. That book, The Not a Good Day to, I read that in 2008, and the author talks about that footage.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's a great read.
That's right. I do.
Because it talks about Anaconda, it talks about Roberts Ridge, it talks about the SF, something to do with the SF team. I think it was Friendly Fire.
Oh, yeah.
I think that got hit, or something to do with like a bomb hit, like I don't know if it was the team or the Afghans going in into Anaconda. The whole thing was a mess.
It was.
But he talks about that. I remember reading it. I'm like, I've never seen that. And he talks about how there's ISR footage of Chapman, Roberts Ridge it hadn't been, and then they finally now, a few years ago, they released it, and now it's all over the place. But yeah, I'm sure you guys are probably watching that footage.
I don't remember seeing Chapman's footage.
Oh, okay.
Like in the auditorium that day. What I do remember is when the helicopter crashed and the Rangers ran off the back. Okay. The lead guy didn't get shot. Or maybe it was the first two guys. I don't quite remember. And then the next two guys got shot, and then a little bit of the preceding firefight after that. You know, I do remember watching that, and we're like, holy shit, you know. And I didn't know the Rangers that were shot, you know, on Roberts Ridge. I did know, like, I think the squad leader, if I remember right, I'd have to, you know, TBI and stuff. I think I'd been through a course with him, so I didn't know him. But, you know, that's the first time you're like, holy shit, you know. I didn't know anybody in the World Trade Center. I didn't know anybody, you know. So it really hit home, you know. Obviously, we were all affected by it. You know, and I will say, like, September 11th, too, is very weird for us. for 275 because it happened. We were getting ready to, we were training. We were zeroing our miles gear, getting ready to go into the box in JMRC in Germany, right? And they come out, plane crash in the World Trade Center. We're like, okay, that's fucking weird. Like, we're thinking like a little prop plane. We didn't realize a commercial airliner. And so we're continuing to do stuff. And then the XO comes back out. Another plane hit the other World Trade Center. We're like, what the what are the fucking chances? And then hey, we think America is under attack, basically. Terrorist attack. We're like, oh fuck, like we're not going to fucking the box. Like we're going to go to war. And so like we start doing stuff, and then I remember like everybody's like, stop what you're doing. First Sergeant Commander want to talk to us. We're like, okay, awesome. We're getting it on.
Yeah, we're in Germany. We're over here.
We're so close to where terrorism is. Like
where's the terrorists?
Yeah. Like we knew what that meant. Anyway, and they're like, hey, we got to train. We got to prepare. Our nation's under attack. We're Rangers. We got to prepare. We don't know what's going to happen quite yet, where we're going to be going, but we got to go do the right thing in the field and get ready for this because it's going to happen. We're like, not the news you wanted, right? And so we finish loading out, go out, they drop us off, we like walk into the woods, and I remember it was raining like a motherfucker. And now knowing what I know, I realize that they just put us there because they just didn't want us sitting back and ruminate, thinking about it and doing all this different kind of stuff. But everybody else was shut down. Like all the JMRC staff, the Op 4, they weren't there because they literally told us, hey, walk like a click into the woods.
Just like go into the woods.
And then like we camped there and we sat there all night and it was like raining. Yeah. And we didn't pull security or nothing. Like, and we like had this like Red Cross wind up radio. We were trying to get like AFN and stuff. Anyway. And so we went through the training exercise and it was wild. It was really crazy because like, you're getting tidbits of information, but you don't have the full picture. Even the newspapers, like when we get them, all this different kind of stuff, but you're not connected with the outside world. You have no idea what the hell is really going on. It's bits of information. And then, just tell us like how much we like didn't know, like halfway through. So JMRC at the time was set up for you're fighting Eastern Bloc states, so Russian and all this different kind of stuff. And then like halfway through, they threw in some Arabic speakers. We're like, what the fuck? Why is there Arabic speakers here? Like, and it was because they were trying to shift gears. Like, hey, you're going to go fight terrorists. Well, they don't speak Arabic in Afghanistan, But anyway, we finished the rotation. And it sucked too because we came back and like everything's in heightened, levels. So like we couldn't go to Oktoberfest, which sucked.
Oh, it sucks. Yeah. You guys were probably like, we're gonna get wasted.
Well, yeah,
it's gonna be awesome.
But still, the information's like very, very because this is 2001, cell phones, computers, all this different kind of stuff. It wasn't quite what it was, but anyway, we get back, and the reason I was kind of telling this story, I remember. It was middle of October before I'd seen the first live, like no shit video footage of the planes crashing into the tower. So I saw it over a month later. And then, I remember watching that, like, holy shit, wow. Like, the first time you see it, some people watched it live, but, I didn't get a chance to, like, you're just overcome by it. And then the next morning, I go to get the newspaper and, 375 had jumped into Afghanistan on objective run. I'm like, oh my God. And in the mind frames back then, you got to think, you got Desert Storm, Mogadishu, Panama, and Grenada over in hours, days. So in our mind, we're like, we're going to miss this. We're going to miss the war. And, and it sucked. Like, that realization, like, good on 375. Glad to see Rangers are jumping in, but it's not us. What the fuck? Well, little did we know that we're all idiots and we got more war than we ever thought we could stomach. Well, actually more than we could stomach. But Yeah, so we trained our asses off, man. I will tell you, as things developed, things started to happen with 175, 375, and the stuff they were encountering overseas, and the other units and SF units and horse soldiers, all that stuff. Like, man, training was awesome. Equipment started to get.
Just say, what was that like? Did you like just one day everything just fucking turned on almost?
It seemed like
here's all the money, here's the equipment.
It literally did. Like, I mean, we went from like Sabre radios, these little piece of shit radios that you couldn't talk to we had squad internal comms, emitters, night vision. Now, like, we had enough night vision for everybody. We weren't having to hot bunk night vision because shit got broke, like all this different kind of stuff, and it didn't, I don't want to say that like it turned completely on, but it definitely was like, there's a difference. And even like the training too, like the OPT4, the intensity of the training, the quality of it, it all changed. Like, it really honestly did. Like, some of the best training that we did was, after that, like, going down to Fort Knox and everything else and training, down in their simulator, or I'm sorry, their mount sites down there. Like, I was like, we were definitely amping it up. And then we found out, okay, hey, you guys are going over in February of 2002. And then, okay, let's do this, And
Anaconda was what, March of 20, or no, sorry,
January
of 22 or something like that.
Yeah, January of 22.
So you guys were relieving.
Yeah, we were relieving 175. Yeah, exactly. And so, it kind of happened a little weird. My platoon got attached. No, I'm sorry. I'm getting my deployments mixed up. My squad got attached to like 3rd platoon. Okay. So for some reason, I don't even remember why, so long ago. So, but anyway, we fly into Oman, and, Josh, super intense fucking guy, we're getting ready to get off the C-17, there. And he's like, all right, guns, all this different kind of stuff. He's like, I'm gonna go find us ammo. Like, cause we didn't know we were in fucking Oman. We thought we were in Afghanistan, And,
Oman's like a friendly country too.
Dude. Yeah. And I just remember, like, they kind of like bust us, and we're like, oh wow, they already got buses over here, like, what the hell, And Josh, like, I love him, but I'm sure he actually got told at some point we were going to Oman, and either he wasn't listening or he just didn't bother conveying that to us, but anyway, so we like show up there and it's like an Air Force goddamn freaking sandals, like resort, pretty much. People are out fucking sunbathing, volleyball, chow, beer, like, we're like, what in the fuck is going on? Is this war? Like, and then we find out we're in Oman. They're like, don't take your weapons anywhere. Like, in fact, like, we don't even want you guys wearing your uniforms, wear PTs. Like, I mean, literally, we're like, what in the hell? And honestly, my squad, we weren't even there, I don't think, 24 hours. I remember kind of like getting to the tent and people like starting to spread out, like, how guys do. They'll start getting comfortable and everything else. And literally, they came in, they're like, hey, don't unpack shit. Like, you guys go grab some chow. We're going to get the ammo and everything else. Your squad and 3rd platoon, you guys are leaving tonight. You're going to Bagram. We're like, okay, awesome. Great. It's about fucking time. Right. Yeah. And
it's so fun when people hear those stories. Like, that's what, like, like, oh my God, you're finally, how weird. I was like, fucking finally. Like, I hate waiting around. Then you hear somebody's like, ounces leave, and you're like, what the fuck are they going? Like, get me in the fight. Get me in the fight. Like, get me there, So when you hear that, when people sometimes be like, really? I was like, yeah, are you kidding me? When they give you, like, we're going here to fight. Like, oh my, okay, let's go. Let's fucking go. I don't want to sit on this cot anymore.
Yep, that's exactly how it was. And then you just add the energy, that Josh had, and he was fucking ready to scalp people, because he would do shit like that too. He'd like walk around, he had like a knife like on his belt, and he would like walk around a corner and be like, oh, I thought there was gonna be an Afghani over there I was gonna have to kill. So he would like pull out his knife and he'd be like, oh, okay, I was thinking there was gonna be somebody I'd have to kill around there. You're like, dude, Jesus. He was joking. But
just sense of humor about it.
But he was also like trying to set the tone, man. Like, he was. And so we went to Bagram, 3rd platoon. Like, obviously we were the tag-alongs, so they give us all the shitty details and like shit missions. Like, I had to guard, like, set up perimeter and do like airfield guard for Abize, like all this different kind of stuff. And, it really wasn't much at that time. I did a few like escort missions and stuff like that with the unit, where we would go out, but it was really nothing. And then we linked up with our platoon in Kandahar. They finally sent us back to our platoon. I still don't remember why they sliced our squad off. I can't totally remember that story. And really, to be honest with you, we played volleyball. We worked out. We had a couple like freaking mortar attacks. It was like nothing. And then about halfway through that deployment, which is 3 months, it was a 3-month deployment. We knew that, it was going to be about 3 months, maybe 4. They're still kind of trying to sort that stuff out at the time. Then we went to Shigin, Afghanistan, and first platoon had set it up at the beginning, and then they were only there for like 3 or 4 weeks, and then they moved to go set up another base, and then we came in and we set that up, and then that's when we started like doing patrols, vehicle and mounted patrols, and all this different kind of stuff, and building it up. And,
where was Shigin located? Because that sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's northern region. Okay. I mean, it's still. It's north of Kabul, obviously, but yeah, I mean, it's not up in the highlands, that's for sure. So I don't know. I'd have to pull out a fucking map to totally remember.
The name sounds familiar. Yeah.
So I mean, it ended up being a huge base, ginormous base. But originally, it was just an Afghan like warlord house. It wasn't very big, like a compound. It had walls and stuff like that, but. Nothing too crazy happened the first deployment. There was a couple incidents, but nothing, didn't fire my weapon in anger, none of that stuff. And came back from that, and that, kind of created a little bit of a, you're like, fuck, you like come back and it's your first deployment. You sure you get a CIB because, we took indirect, and there was a couple things that happened, but you got your CIB, and combat scroll. And you come home and everybody's like,
"You're a warrior."
Yeah, and you're like, yeah, and they're like, no, like, not really, But we trained, and we came back and then things were happening in Afghanistan because in the beginning, the first deployment, it was like, what do we do with these Rangers? There's a lot of them, first off, and they have a lot of fucking firepower. We're going to be here for a while. There's no airfields to seize. There's no real like areas to raid. Sure, there's compounds and stuff like that, but we got to build an intel pack. We can just send them to random places, like all this different kind of stuff. Like it was a little bit of a like kind of figuring it out period. A lot of QRF pulling, a lot of presence patrol shit, like all this different kind of stuff. And it, and in hindsight, it probably would have stayed that way if we hadn't invaded Iraq in 2003. So in 2003, so you fast forward, Josh moves, he goes to weapons squad. I get a new squad leader, great buddy of mine, Mark Schmitz, just a phenomenal human being. And, we start amping up. We know we're amping up for something. But it's not going to be another rotation to Afghanistan. We don't really know yet, And I do remember it was super funny because again, this time my platoon got attached to ACO because they had sent SECO back to Afghanistan because SECO got left out of the first Afghanistan deployment. Okay, SECO didn't go. So they took SECO and a platoon from ACOS because they wanted 4 platoons in Afghanistan. Okay. So ACO was down a platoon, but ACO had not been to Afghanistan either. The whole company hadn't. So they were like, well, you're going to go to Iraq first. Well, we want a whole company. Okay, well, then we'll give you second platoon. So now I'm attached to ACO. Okay, this is a platoon. And so we're standing outside of ACO, and it's funny because he's one of my closest friends now. ACO first sergeant was this guy named Ted Kennedy. He comes out and he's like, hey, everybody get inside. Like, just leave your shit outside. So we all like go inside and we're like, what the fuck's going on? They're like, the French are flying satellites over and they don't want them to see our formations. We're like, what the fuck? Find out later it was complete bullshit. The printer got jammed over at HHC and somebody had to run to Best Buy to get a new printer so that they could print off the manifest. So anyway, so we deploy, and again, we knew we weren't going straight to Iraq, obviously, but we go to RR and we sit around for like a month. We're building tents.
So you guys are in Kuwait then?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, RR's in Saudi Arabia.
Saudi. Okay. Right.
Yeah. It's up on the other portion. Okay. So you got Kuwait here, Iraq, and then it's on this border against Saudi Arabia. And, so we're building tents. And I mean, when we showed up in RR, there was literally like some Seabees there and maybe like one like security detail of some kind. I couldn't even tell you who. And our company, ACO, that was it. And they put us to work. Like we were setting up GP mediums and tents. Like we got so good at setting up GP mediums that we started having like competitions to do it. And I mean, and then just things started. I mean, somebody told me this one time, like a plane of some kind landed to offload cargo in RR for like every 3 minutes or something like that. I mean, it was just
it's ramping up.
It was just, I mean, it was British were showing up. The unit was showing up. Marines were showing up. Army units. I mean, it was insane, like gross fucking story. Just absolutely disgusting story. I don't know how many, I do remember this. I think it's like 15. You're supposed to have a porta potty for every 15 people or something like that. That's the math, right? And that's with a service of, it's getting cleaned every day. Okay. Well, we definitely did not have that.
Yeah.
And literally one of my guys came back to the tent and he's like, I have to find a shower of some kind. And we're like, we don't have any showers, dude. He's like, I need a 5-gallon jug. Basically, the shitter had overflowed because there was so much shit in it and he didn't look and he sat down.
Yeah.
Like it was because there were so many fucking people there.
Yeah.
I mean, it was out of control, and we were eating MREs because they set up a chow hall at one point, but we're like, we're not eating fucking in the chow because you'd have to wait like 3 days, or not really, but like you'd have to wait forever. So anyway, it was crazy, and there was a little bit of stuff like going off, cross-border stuff. We had to do, a little bit of security across the border, setting picket lines and everything else, and testing, seeing where we could cross and all this different kind of stuff. And then we were amping up because we were going to jump in and seize Bagram Airfield, or not Bagram, I'm sorry, Baghdad International Airport. So we did a bunch of briefs for that, and I don't know if we did pre-jump. I don't remember. It's so long ago. But I definitely remember being like, holy shit, jumping into Baghdad International Airport.
Because this is like bigger than Afghanistan. I mean, like the movements, because people talk about like Afghanistan, Iraq. Like you look back on Afghanistan, it was like, Delta goes in, SF goes in. It was much more the special operations. Marines did, but it wasn't the everyone's going in. Like this is a whole
joint multi-nation invasion, conventional forces, everybody you can think of, everything you can think of, And so we're kind of getting ready for this. And, we're doing training, we're pulling QRF because we would do a lot of QRF and like CSAR stuff because, they're starting to do air raids, bombings and 160th going. I mean, they were literally flying little birds to the border regions that they could reach and, shooting outposts, because there's outposts all over Iraq, on the border. I don't remember the disbursement, but around the entire border of Iraq, there was outposts of some kind. And I remember talking to like one of the little bird pilots. He's like, I need grenades. He's like, because after we get done with our gun runs, I'm just going to fly over and drop grenades on these guys, So they're just, it was really cool because we literally could climb up. I mean, you're in the desert, right? We could climb up on top of the ISU 90s, okay, and watch all this happening. Yeah. Just explosions and bombs. I mean, it was fucking unbelievable to watch, right?
See, I imagine it's like the opposite feeling of like the Afghan, like, are we going, whatever? Because you're like, this is happening. Like, you're not spending this much money and getting these people just to like call it off.
And I remember that like there was they'd set up like this they'd set up like this huge circus tent that was like a chow hall. And they'd had like, I remember it was actually like really nice. They'd put these biggest TVs I'd ever seen at the time right in the center, okay? And like speakers. We would watch the news. And you couldn't get a seat, but you could stand and you could hear and you could see. And we're literally watching this on the news too, Air Day. like, you know, and this shit happening and like footage of it. And you're like, holy shit, like this is, I mean, it was definitely, this is happening. And it was added that, hey, like we're jumping into Baghdad. And oh, by the way, the estimation is we're going to lose a company of Rangers and at least 1 to 2 C-17s because of the ADA threat. We're like, oh, holy shit.
And I was like, yeah, the real deal.
Yeah.
But
anyway, you know, Third ID being the bad mofos they are, I will always love Third ID because they're bad mofos, not only for this, but for other reasons too, which we'll talk about. But they blew through everything and seized the fucking airfield, man. And so they were like, nope, we're not. They're way ahead. So we started preparing for it. We did this ginormous air assault on Baghdad International Airport after Third ID basically did their thunder run through it, blew the living fuck out of the airfield and, you know, drove through and, you know, making their way into Baghdad. And we basically, you know, kind of seized the airfield that way. I say seize, it wasn't really a seizure. I mean, you know, there was no threat or anything.
What was the story of the Rangers? Didn't the Rangers jump in and get stuck in like sand or mud or something like that?
So that was down at H1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that was down at H1.
They're like so heavy.
No. I'm sorry. Rangers did jump into H1, which is down south. Okay. And there was no enemy threat there, but it was very dangerous because of the terrain and stuff like that. A lot of dudes got fucked up. But no, you're thinking of 173rd.
Oh, okay.
So 173rd, they jumped in northern Iraq up near Kukuz, or not Kukuz. No, I think that's right. Anyway, whatever. Somebody will call me out on it. Yeah, somebody will be like, that dumb motherfucker. But no, 173rd did, and they landed in some mud. And I've taught a lot of my good friends were in the 173rd. One of them, I remember him telling me, John Spencer. I don't know if you know who John Spencer is, but he's kind of leading expert on like what's happening in Ukraine and Gaza and stuff like that. Urban warfare. He's kind of one of the experts right now. You know, he talks about it, and he's like, it was probably one of the worst things I've ever done. He's like, I rather would have been shot at like by overwhelming firepower than do what we had to do. He's like, it was absolutely, he's like literally stuck up to our waist in mud. And for to do our link up, you had to go through that shit for miles. He's like, it was like one of the worst things I've ever done in my life. And then, the other thing you have to think of, okay? And you don't appreciate this because we got dirty as fuck too. I didn't shower for the first 6 weeks, okay, of the Iraq invasion. Is you get through all that mud, you finally get through the link up. Guess what? You're in J-slits, okay? And now you have to live like that. Everything's covered in fucking mud, for months. It's terrible. War is hell, okay? Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, so we landed in Baghdad. We set up in this hangar. It was really crazy. And yeah, we started hunting Bath members, man. We started doing missions, and, going back to the point that I was making earlier, that if Iraq hadn't, kicked off, it'd been interesting how the Ranger Regiment would have evolved, because we started doing lots of raids and TSTs and HVT hunting and stuff like that, because there was so much work to do. There's only so many, Delta guys. There's only so many Navy SEALs. We need more people. We need to be able to hunt all these people down and have people do different things, because normally up to that point, outside of like the Ranger raid, long movements or airfield seizures, Rangers pulled security. And set up blocking positions and isolated, targets while, Delta or Navy SEALs did this stuff. And there was still a little bit of that. Like, we'd rotate platoons that would have to do that stuff to augment, because a Ranger platoon, there's no unit in the world that brings as much firepower to a fucking fight as a Ranger platoon. When you consider in the assets that they have the proficiency to dial in, okay, because of JTACs and everything else, right? I mean, it's astronomical. And so... bringing a Ranger platoon as a, team of Delta Force guys, it's a pretty good fucking insurance plan, right? Because you got a bunch of shooters. And it's not that they're not capable and they don't bring the fucking Scunnion too, but they don't have saws. They don't have 240s. They don't have Carl Gustavs. They definitely don't have as many grenades as we do. They don't have 203s. They don't have all this shit that we have, right? And, they definitely don't have as much hate and anger, So anyway, we'd rotate through that stuff, but we started doing these solo operations and going and hitting in urban areas, downtown Baghdad, and looking for these Bath members and, getting into gunfights and doing all this different kind of stuff. We had limited assets. It was hard. Everybody was competing for the same helicopters. We only had like so many Humvees. So we were like hot button the Humvees. We were literally riding in the back of Bradleys at some points to try to get to targets, and, but we showed we could do it and we were capable of doing it. And there was a period of time there, like the highest deck of cards. So, you had the deck of cards, 52, individuals for the Bath Party members. I think it was like number 8 or something like the 8 of spades. I don't remember. Was found by a Ranger platoon. Not even, the Delta guys or the Navy SEALs. Like we found him, and they eventually ellipsed that and they found somebody higher. And I think it was like the 4 clubs or something like that. But like, so like we showed that we could do this and we were super, super fucking successful doing it. But the fear was always this is Rangers are not trained like operators. And what I mean specifically is at the time, the thought process, even though we did do training on it, is can they decipher between combatant and non-combatant? Are they going to go into a target and blast everybody to fucking smithereens, right? And one of the first missions, some of these missions, obviously we demonstrated, but the first one that really, really gained a lot of visibility was the Jessica Lynch mission. Okay, to preface the Jessica Lynch mission. So I think really one of the pivotal ones was, it was two major missions, but the one was the Jessica Lynch mission. And the reason was, the briefings up to that point, and I've told this story on a couple other podcasts, and I got a bunch of fucking hate on one. And it's like, listen, gentlemen, I'm just, don't get mad. Okay. This is what we were told. This is the intel that we were told. Okay. That the Marines had literally been forced out of the area because of the overwhelming presence of the enemy. And the enemy had literally, the Marines had to reconsolidate outside of the perimeter, basically set up a giant perimeter around to mass combat power so they could go back in and seize the city. Okay. This is just what we were told. So that's where Jessica Lynch was in the hospital there. So everything in our preparation, to give you an idea, I had one of the other squad leaders. We thought we were going to meet so much resistance and we were going to be in such a heavy firefight. He had his 203 gunner bring 32 rounds of 203. 32 rounds.
That's a lot.
He had the team leaders. He literally had the team leaders putting like 4 or 5 saw like drums on their back. Like, it was, I remember talking to Mark Schmitz, who was a squad. I was like, dude, tell me, like, we're not doing this shit, right? He's like, no. He's like, we're not doing that, dude. Like, if we need that much, we're fucked anyway. So like, and there'll probably be enough dead people that we can just pull the ammo off them, I'm like, okay. Cause but that's what we were told, And so we're like, they've literally pushed a Marine brigade or whatever it was, out of the area because there's so much enemy. They're outside, they're, reconsolidating and they're trying to figure out how they could seize this city. So when we go into it, we're like, it's fucking on, right? And the ROE, can't make this shit up, was if they have boots, they kill them. If they're a man and they have boots, kill them. Okay? We're like,
pretty low standard.
right? Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So anyway, the thought,
the thought process,
military, militia, come to find out how stupid was that? Like, how many guys have you killed with boots on, right? Not very many, so they're all fucking in sandals and tennis shoes and shit. But anyway, again, Iraqi military things, is what they're thinking. And we go in, we land. We actually used Marine 46s or Navy 46s, to land. And we landed on it. What we didn't know is this city, and the name's totally escaping me. I'm sorry. It starts with an N. I'm totally blanking on it. The power had been shut off by Saddam Hussein for like a couple years. So they'd had no power in this city. So we landed on what was supposed to be an open field, but because they hadn't had power, they hadn't had services, all this different kind of stuff, it was a landfill. Oh. So we landed in this fucking landfill, and we're in full J-slits, bogged down. We didn't go absurd like that one squad I was telling you about, but we definitely took extra, I might have thrown, 5 or 6 extra bags of my shit, a couple extra grenades. But so we get through this freaking landfill, and it's like crawling through. It's fucking gross, man. And trying to get to the building that we needed to go to, because our mission was pretty much establish a corridor. The other platoons was establishing the other corridors. 175 had the main part with the soccer field and everything else, and the immediate cordon of the hospital itself, and then the Navy SEALs land on the roof and go get Jessica Lynch, right? Well, anyway, fast forward a little bit. Nothing. Like, we're busting into rooms, and like, we bust into this room, like, to seize the building that we're supposed to be. And like, I remember, like, everybody it was like a whole family, and dude, we shine our lights, and everybody goes to their feet. We're like, oh fuck, I have boots on. He's got sandals on. Shit, okay, can't shoot him. So, anyway, we seize this building, and there's like no shots fired. And 175 literally lands, comes up, rolls up to the frickin', and they're rolling up again. They're in a convoy, and they roll up to the hospital, and they're thinking they're going to get it the fuck on. One of my good friends, Yuma Barnett, he was trying to haul ass because his squad leader was telling him he literally knocked himself out because he ran into a wall. Because he was, because we thought it was going to be like this running gunfight, and like knocked himself out. And everybody thought he got shot. They're like, Yuma's dead. He like came to. He's like, nah, I'm fine, But anyway, and literally like the janitor for the building like met him at the door, like, oh, you're looking for the American girl? Yeah, she's upstairs.
We got her.
Yeah, you got her. Like, I just like ran her lunch, And don't get me wrong, like, there had been enemy there, but as soon as they knew that like we were coming, all this stuff, and it was definitely not like this overwhelming force and everything else. And they had killed everybody, other members, some of them execution style, and buried them in the soccer field. Like, it was gruesome as shit, but it wasn't this major firefight. And there's a reason I'm highlighting that, is because even though we had very loose ROE, and we were told, by everybody, I remember getting a brief from whoever the task force commander was, like, this is going to be intense. Okay. Like, have your game faces on, like, kill them, we need to save this girl, like, and we didn't. I think there was like one dude killed, and that's because like some dude came out like randomly on a rooftop with like an AK. And of course, like, it probably wasn't like an enemy guy. He was just coming out to see what the hell was going on, and just wrong place, wrong time. It sucks, but it is what it is. That was like it. And but we were in the shit, I will say that. So all the septic systems and everything else, the trash is overflowing in the streets. So we all literally covered head to toe in human feces, Iraqi human feces, by the way. But it demonstrated that, like, hey, Rangers, literally, they can also do things and discriminate between non-combatants and combatants, because what they probably expected us to do, just not knowing, is we were going to do it like a Ranger Rage, support by fire fucking positions, freaking shooting and blowing up these buildings before we go in and enter and clear, and we didn't do that, So it was like this demonstration of like, hey, we can, I don't want to say we're operators, it's not about precision, but we can discriminate. We don't have to just seek and destroy everything.
It seems like going from the 90s tactics into, even Afghanistan is different, but then even like, hey, how do we apply this going into a conventional war? But now it's conventional, but it's also counterinsurgency.
Yeah.
100%. Because you guys are doing all, it's like you technically have Saddam's army, but then you're still fighting it's like double.
No, absolutely.
And so it's like always shifting. It's like, even when I go and when I went, you kind of like, you have like doctrine, and then when things actually get applied, you know, it's like that difference.
100%.
Especially when you have, the war wasn't going on. If you join pre-war, it always feels like you go doctor and everyone's like, it's gotta be like this. And as soon as you get to combat, you have to adapt, but you're like, this shit's no, that's what fucking happened. Or like, why would you do it that way? You do it this way, Marine Corps was always fighting tactics. Like when we'd come back, be like, we don't do that because it's like this. We don't do it. This is why. So there's always like these competing, different types of things that they want to implement. And that was the beautiful thing about Ranger Regiment is we were able to adapt our doctrine. We were able to adapt our tactics. We didn't really have to fight TRADOC, which TRADOC is, the training command for the Army, and to change doctrine, you got to go through TRADOC and everything else. Like we
we were able to accelerate that stuff and say, this is what we're doing overseas. And so this is what we need to train on. This is what we need to be teaching. And the Army, took that. And it's also the design of the Ranger Regiment. That's what the Ranger Regiment is designed for, it's a smaller unit. So it can test not only equipment, but it can test tactics and different kind of things rapidly because we're small enough. And it's inexpensive for us to, relatively speaking, before you go outfit the Army with a new gun, test it with Ranger Regiment. It's a hell of a lot cheaper, and see how it stands up to them. And then if it makes sense, then you can buy it for the whole Army, those kind of things. Same with, all equipment, but also with tactics as well. And, so it has this trickle down effect for the rest of the Army. But, so that mission and then, just continuing to hunt, all these Bath Party members and everything else. And then, starting to get assets and utilizing assets and that, hey, we can do combined fire, arms. We can work with adjacent units. We can coordinate. We can do coordinations. We can, you can give us this stuff and we're going to use it. And we're going to know what the hell we're doing. We're going to have to learn. There's going to be a little bit of a learning curve, but we can do this stuff. And then Objective Reindeer happened right towards the end of the rotation. And this is a large training camp, huge training camp in northern Iraq. And, so BCO 275 went up there and that was a Ranger raid. Just pre-assault fires, support by fires, enter and clear. Not a trench. It was a wadi, but it might as well have been a trench. It's pretty much the same. And just absolutely fucking decimated the enemy. I don't remember the count, and I don't remember what the objectives officially called because for the longest time, I don't know if it ever got changed, but in the news, the 101st did it. And they called it some other mission. I don't remember what it was, but it was actually Rangers that did it. And so not only did we demonstrate that we could do these kinds of missions that normally we hadn't been able to do, but we could always resort back to the classic Ranger Rage, where we just bring nothing but fucking scunion to the enemy and we absolutely destroy them. And I remember like walking off the airfield, and just to be clear, okay, Objective Reindeer, my helicopter broke.
Oh, suck.
So I was not on Objective Reindeer. I was 2 clicks away listening on the radio with the rest of my squad. Okay. Yeah, it was fucking terrible. But anyway, it's just what happens. It's life. Okay. And but when we got back to the airfield, because there was this huge air assault, 2.5 platoons worth of air assault. And then 3rd platoon ground convoyed in, and they basically amassed on the target at the same time. And when we pull back to the airfield, like the whole jock of like JSOC commander, like everybody. I mean, it was like literally like a house, like a welcome back, like entourage when we came back because they were like, that was a Ranger mission. Like, holy shit, you guys destroyed those dudes. No one was killed. Matty Waters lost his leg. He was really the only casualty. There were some other guys that got like shrapnel and stuff like that too, but no fratricide incidents, nothing like that. Like it was a combined arms Ranger raid at the company level, with air assets and all this different kind of shit. So you take those two things and then you take, and I'm obviously being biased to 275. Everybody's like, yeah, well, you guys weren't the only ones. You're right. Because there was also Haditha Dam. Okay. That was just a gunslinging fucking brawl for 3 fucking days with chaos everywhere. There was airfield seizures happening all over the place. There was, trench warfare, down in the south that other battalions were doing. We were able to do all of this different kind of stuff. Some of it with heavy oversight, some of it just go execute this. And we were having to find our own resources, find our own way there. I mean, literally the 3rd ID thing, we had a mission that we needed to go do. The other platoon had the fucking, or some other element had our Humvees. We literally didn't have any Humvees. And literally Rothke went over to 3rd ID and said, hey, First Sergeant Rothke, you remember me telling him was, he like went over, him and the company commander like went over and asked 3rd ID, hey, you guys want to give us a ride? They're like, do we get to shoot shit? Absolutely. Like, yep. And we piled like fucking 9 Rangers in the back of these Bradleys. And people will be like, you can't do that. Yes. Yes, you can. You can pile 9 Rangers in the back of the Bradley. It's miserable, and we all have PTSD from it. I will tell you that. It was absolutely terrible. But yeah, we did it, and we did these missions. So like, we proved with the Iraq invasion, all the battalions, that we could do all this stuff. The classic, Ranger raid, to finding HVTs. There was another mission that I did, that just my squad did. Hunting 2 and 3, up on the border. And there was a huge combined air assault with pre-assault fires and everything else. And it was fucking hairy as shit. It was just literally my fucking squad with a troop of, from the unit, and, we actually had the objective secured before they even got there. It was a long story, but, we proved that we could do this. And then, we come back from this deployment but this deployment was different. This was a deployment, just like I talked about, Dawn in the Black Beret. I came back and I'm like, okay, I fought a war. I fought a war. I'd actually done something. I'm not going to sit there and say I'm a hero, because I'm not a hero by any stretch of the imagination. But that was a war, and proud of it, and we did a lot. And we did a lot of great work, and we could have arguments about the justification of the Iraqi war. I don't care, that'll be my theme about all of this shit. I know there's a lot of consternation about the GWAT and stuff like that. Listen, my job was not politics. Yeah. My job was not should we do something or should we not. I was a leader. I was a soldier. I was told to do things, and my job was to do those things, but more importantly, to bring all my guys home to the best of my ability. Okay. And that's what I did. And I'm okay with that. I did whatever I needed to do in order to make sure that those guys came home one way or another. Might have had holes in them. Okay. Parts missing, but they all came home. That was my job. So it sucks. And I'm sorry. I hate how many people we lost. I hate that there's people that are no longer on this earth because of it, but I didn't make those decisions. They weren't my decisions to make. Okay. I joined the Army. You joined the Marine Corps for a reason, right? Okay. And you didn't think you were going to Club Med. Yeah. To go camping, right?
Yeah. We're going to Oman.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. No shit. Right. If we wanted that, we would have joined the Air Force,
exactly,
or the Navy, right?
Yep.
No, that's not why we joined. Okay. We knew what we were joining for. And other people made the decisions. That's on them if it was the right decision. That's not on me. I wasn't in the position to make those. Okay. I did what I was told to do, or did what I thought was best. As I rose up in rank, I made a lot of decisions, and a lot of decisions resulted in, a lot of terrible things happening. But I was armed with the best information, the best of the ability, the equipment, and everything that I had at the time. I did the best I feel I could look back and say I did the best I did. I wish I'd have made maybe different decisions at times, but I can't fix that. Yeah. So
I always think, when I talk about that kind of stuff, because people ask me that, it's like, I think it's just different when we all signed up for a reason,
right?
Yeah. And we all got those talks like, we're all not coming home. Not everyone's coming home. And you almost accept that. I think my friends that have been killed in combat, it feels different than when I've had friends killed as a civilian. It's more shocking knowing my friends, as a civilian, oh, that was wow, that came out of left field, Yeah. Whereas for me, the way I process it was just always been we knew what we signed up for.
It's in context.
Exactly. Yeah. You just think of it differently. And I've been in that, we've all been in that position. It's hey, should have been me instead of them. Why me? Yep. It's a very much but that's how it plays out. And yeah, I like I said, I think processing it differently, but we all signed up. We all knew what the risks were. I think just, because it's obviously shitty. It's tragic. Obviously it catches up with all of us eventually, but
yeah,
but processing it, even then it's just when I had friends killed, it hits you later on, but even though some of the times those moments are just you got to move forward. This is what we signed up for, Yeah. It's just that weird, I shouldn't say weird. It's just that it's a mentality in war, Yeah. He died doing what he wanted to do,
Yeah, he did, and I think of every single one of my friends that I lost, Master Sergeant Josh Wheeler that I've talked about multiple times already. He was killed in Iraq. hostage rescue mission, many years later, 2014, I know, like, this isn't speculation, okay? I know for a fact if he was sitting right here and he knew what had happened, and that he'd been killed, he'd be like, do not fucking warn me for a goddamn second. Like, do not. I lived the way I wanted to live. I died the way I wanted to die. You need to enjoy your life. You need to make the most of your life, and I want you to live your life because I can't, so live in a way, and obviously I'm, expanding on probably what Josh would say. He would have actually, his exact words of it, shut the fuck up and go be a ranger, or whatever, that'd be his exact words. But, you get my point, man. Like, they wouldn't want us sitting here, struggling. And it sucks. I mean, the world is a lesser place because of a lot of these individuals not here anymore. And I wish they were, but it does no good to anybody, especially yourself, to live in a low place. You've got to do the work. You've got to talk to whoever you need to talk to, and put in the hard work to reconcile it in your mind, so that you can live the best life. Because it doesn't matter who you are, somebody's counting on you. Somebody wants you in their life. Somebody wants you to live a prosperous life and to be happy and be successful. There's somebody in everybody's life that wants that. So, you're doing a disjustice to the rest of the people that are on this earth by not doing that. And you're going to have to dig down, and you're going to have to do the hard work, and it's not easy. But I promise you there's somebody out there that's willing to help. You just got to have the balls and the courage to say, I need help. I need help. I cannot do this alone. And that's okay. It's just like if in a firefight, you're clearing a room, somebody's going to help you, give you one and go into that room with you and make sure that you can get all the sectors of fire as you enter that room. Well, life's no different. If you're struggling, you're in a tough place and you need some help, well, you got to let somebody know, man. Like when you're in a room, and I don't know how they do it in the Marine Corps, but if you come up to a door and there's no one behind you and you're pulling security and you need to get into that door, you yell out, give me one, give me one. Well, you got to do that in life. Give me one, somebody, and you'll find there's somebody out there that's going to help you out, and be there for you and help you through that dark times, but it's going to be work. It's not going to be fucking easy, man.
And you said you got 14 deployments, so we're going from Iraq now. I mean, said you have, and obviously you've seen the evolution of the Ranger Regiment. What was that like? And then war starts taking its toll.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like I even after I got out, I did 3 pumps, and then I got out and I went back and did another 4 rotations. As a contractor, and we're still in it. And friends that were getting killed later that kept doing deployment. It's that weird thing of like. I hate to say, it's just one of those, it's like you keep poking the dragon, you're going to get bit.
And 100%.
And it's still that mentality, but it's like, even with the Ukraine war guys kicking off, you're like, they're going back again. And you're just like, I get it, man, but there's a point where, like I said, I don't say it catches up with you, but I remember thinking like, man, some guys I knew just like, I don't say it felt bad, but there's a few guys that I'm glad they got injured, or I'm glad they couldn't like move out, because obviously I want them around. But you could just tell they just kept going. Like it's like they didn't want to come back anymore. They just kept deploying. I'm sure you've run into that.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of guys, and there's also myself. So you talk about back it up just a second, then I'll work my way to that where I kind of had to my point, where. I don't want to say my breaking point, but I realized I need to step back for a minute. But before I get to that, I mean, the evolution, from that Iraq invasion for Ranger Regiment is probably one of the most substantial things I've ever been a part of in my life. The evolution of the Ranger Regiment was astronomical. We went from like almost kind of like a secondary thought, like as far as employment goes for special operations, during the invasion and everything else of both countries, to running the show in Afghanistan. And the reason is because we just proved time and time again, you give us a task, we're smart, we can figure it out, we can apply, sound judgment, and we can do all these raids. We can do all these missions. We can do anything these other units can do. Okay, maybe not hostage rescues to the surgical precisions that some of these units can do, but we can do direct action raids. And we did them a lot. Like a lot.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, at one point at the height, you talk 7-8, Iraq time frame, there's upwards of 20, 30 Ranger freaking missions going on at night. I mean, it was astronomical, between Baghdad, Mosul, Tikrit, all these places. I mean, we were just getting the hell after it. And the equipment was following, the technology was following, the training was following it. And we just became this completely different organization, still tied to the fundamentals, still tied to the basics, still disciplined down to our core because we have Ranger privates. Because that's the thing that's makes it difficult is after every deployment, you come back, you get brand new privates. That's your lowest common denominator you got to play down to. And you've got to get them up to speed. You just did an entire training cycle with your squad, right? Everybody's proficient in their task. Everybody's proficient in their leadership level. And they just did an entire deployment. And some of those deployments, man, we're doing 90 to 120 missions a deployment. I mean, it was out of control, 2 or 3 at night sometimes. And then you come back and then this new guy shows up. And now that's the level of your squad. That's where your tactical proficiency level is. That guy's straight out of RASP. Okay. And, and then you'd have to move guys, team leaders become squad leaders become platoon sergeants, all this different kind of stuff, or, guys ETS, so, and you've got to rapidly get back up to the level you were during that training cycle, and it took time. And it took a lot of adjustments in our training and how we trained. And then also our RAS program. Our RAS program, like when I told you, RIP, we used to be 3 weeks. Now it's 8 weeks. Because basically what we realized was when we get our brand new privates, their level of basic fundamentals needs to be higher. Otherwise, there's just such a learning curve. We need them to not only just understand Ranger basics, but we need them proficient on tactics as well. Basic breaching, marksmanship, physical fitness, communication, all this different kind of stuff, battle drill 6, whatever it might be. So they extended the length of the course, made it 8 weeks. And it became astronomical. It became really a sight to behold. And it was amazing to be a part of because I was there. I was there as a squad leader because after that Iraq invasion, I came back and I was a squad leader. And then, so I was a squad leader for, 3 or 4 deployments. I don't quite remember. Did a couple, more deployments back to Afghanistan and back and Winter Surge and Spring Surge and stuff like that. And then, and then I was a platoon sergeant, in 2007 to 2009. And those were the heydays in Iraq. And I mean, the missions we did, the volume of missions we did, the kinetic nature of those targets, this is the insurgency at its fullest, and more importantly, it was not only about collapsing the network, the networks, these terrorist networks that we're building out, but then also it was, you got to get some of these guys because they're killing Marines. They're killing conventional guys every fucking day. Like I remember sitting in the green zone, up on the building, because we had this compound, we call it the MSS. Okay. And it was like 4, or maybe it was like 6. I think there was like 1 that was bombed out. So there was only like 5 left, but they were the Ba'ath Party members' houses. Okay. That we took over. It was right on the river. Okay. And they were actually like really nice. They were like these palaces. Right. And we called them the MSS. And the first one, I think it was a blown out one. I don't remember what the second one was. That might have been like agency guys, I think. And then the third one was ours. Next to us was the British. And then, the next 2 were like the unit ones, and I think there was like, oh, no, there was another one too. And that was a different force that we were training by the Iraqis. And there was like a little range on there and stuff too. But anyway, the point being is like you would sit there on top of the building and just car bombs, just watching them go off. And you'd see birds going, medevac birds going. You'd hear, sniper fire and like all this stuff, in the green zone. And you're just like, oh my God, like so many dudes are dying. I remember one deployment, my brother, he was in the 101st and I knew he was on gate guard on the green zone. And he also had to run route clearance on a route Irish. So that's between the Green Zone and Baghdad International Airport, right? And oh man, it was like my brother's fucking out there, you know, and it was just terrible. But my point in saying that is that, like, not only do we need to do this because we need to collapse the networks, but these are the people responsible for killing American soldiers and Marines and, you know, all airmen and all this different kind of stuff. We got to get these guys, these bomb makers, and these guys are doing coordinated attacks and sniper, you know, and it was just, and it was amazing. I mean, it was amazing. It was terrifying. It was terrible all at the same time, but it was awesome. You know, it was what we joined the military to do, and we were doing it every single fucking night. And, you know, I remember one deployment in Balad. This time I was in Balad, and I was with my first sergeant, Bernie Felino, at the time, and we're standing up on a building. We just had a badass mission. Like, we're one of those missions, like, everything goes good. You know, the helicopters landed exactly where they were supposed to land. Everybody moved exactly where they were supposed to move. The enemy, you know, just, you know, didn't have their shit together and just died in droves, you know, and it was just like perfect, you know, breach went awesome, like right on the count, all this different kind of stuff. You know, it's just beautiful executed mission. We're standing up on the roof and, you know, they're doing SSE, so sensitive site exploitation of the building, and him and I are standing up there, and, you know, we're just kind of bullshitting, and I'm like, I could do this for the rest of my life. He's like, yep. Like, no, I'm serious, man. Like, I could do this for the rest of my life. This is the best it gets. These are the good times, you know, kind of thing. And, but you're spot on, you know, it takes a toll, you know, you know, 2 missions later, you know, Lawrence was shot, you know, through the ankle, and it was a crazy objective. You know, we ran into PKMs, barricaded shooters, and all this different kind of shit. But, you know, it did, you know, to coming back to, you know, what you're originally, you know, talking about, it took a toll. And, you know, you come back to about, you know, 2008 timeframe. I'm running this course, you know, because we were really trying to experiment a lot with a lot of different training. We were doing a bunch of different stuff. And without giving too much away, this one was supposed to be designed to be like a multi-agency course. Okay, so meaning I was pulling in people from different agencies, also like local SWAT teams, because a lot of the local SWAT teams up in Washington were former Rangers. Okay, SF guys, all this different kind of stuff, and we're gonna go through this like 5-day training iteration together, where we like had the building phase where we would exchange TTPs, tactics, and stuff like that, shoot house for a couple of days, and, you know, showing how each one of us did stuff, and then combining it all together. And then the last couple of days, you know, hitting a bunch of targets all over the place in Washington, you know, doing boats, you know, doing low vis vehicle, tactical vehicles, helicopter, you know, all this different kind of stuff, right? It was a pretty awesome course, you know, that we put together. And it was a hell of a lot of fun. It was going to be a hell of a lot of fun. And I remember I wanted to hit a 747, and I had a buddy that was an air marshal, and he could get us a training at a 747 so that we could go and could hit a 747, right? Over at Boeing Field. And so, you know, we set up all the, you know, everything's approved, you know, all the mission, you know, all the risk assessments are done and everything else. And then I was like, oh shit, I can get a 747. So we did write up the proposal for that, and I submitted it to the S3. And the S3, like, basically, and I got this like through email, like, fuck no, you're not hitting a fucking airplane. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, you're not going to hit airplanes. You're not Delta. Okay. And it just, like, I know.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not going to hit an airplane, but it's the point. It's just different training evolutions. It's something different. You know, it's a different tactic. You know, it's just to show. It's not necessarily wasn't about like showing what different stuff we could do. It's just a different training environment. Okay. Because think about it this way. Okay. You know, the Army has battle drills, right? And, you know, enter and clear a building, enter and clear a trench, you know, raid, all this different kind of stuff. I make the argument there's actually one battle drill, and that's react to contact, because everything else is a movement technique. You're just moving in different environments. You're either moving through hills or wadi or rivers or buildings or, you know, trenches or, you know, a plane. You're just moving, right? But when you make contact, that's when everything changes. It's all fine until you make contact, right? You're just walking around, right? Pulling security, okay? But anyway, and I just remember I was so fucking pissed off Like, I was just out of my mind pissed about this, right? So I go over to the S3 shop, and I don't remember the major's name. I just remember, like, I didn't like him, one, because he still had a high and tight. So I was like, what a dork, you know? Grow your fucking hair out like a real Ranger, right? Mm-hmm. And, you know, he'd just gotten there, too, you know? So I don't know, you know, it's being an arrogant, pompous prick. And I berated this major like he was a specialist. You know, I was a sergeant first class. I mean, I ripped him apart. And I'll give him credit, man. He didn't say anything. He's like, you know, at the end, he's like, you done? I was like, you just don't get it. You don't get it. You're not cut out for this place. You know, it's basically like what I said. Mm-hmm. It's not about the airplane, you know, is what I basically said. And he's like, okay, understood. The answer's still no. Get the fuck out of my office. And I walk out, and the ops sergeant major, who was Daryl Thies at the time, he stops me, and he's like, dude, what the fuck?
Like the enlisted always like, what are you doing?
Yeah. And the major, he went up, man, and I don't fault him. Mm-hmm. He went straight to the battalion commander. He's like, we need to give Burke an Article 15 insubordination. Mm-hmm. He's not wrong. He was 100% right. Mm-hmm. It was no need for that nonsense, right? I didn't go over there trying to plead my case.
Yeah.
I didn't try to help him understand. I went over there and tried to basically bully him. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to say in my defense, but I will say this. You got to understand, like, as a platoon sergeant in Ranger Regiment at the time, man, you had the kings of the kingdom. Mm-hmm. You were the Strike Force C, wherever you were. People asked you to go on target. Mm-hmm. You know, General McChrystal would call down, or his aide would call down. Usually, actually, he would call down because he was awesome about that. And he would ask to go out on target with us because I built the manifest. I was in control, you know. I did the request, the AMRs and everything else for the helicopter, like all this stuff. Like, you were the shit, man. Mm-hmm. You were the shit as a Ranger platoon sergeant. It was, you know, you got arrogant, you know, because you had all this stuff under your control while you were deployed. You were the master of your domain, so to speak, you know, and that's a little arrogant, but, you know.
Well, people trust you with the assets. Like, you're punching above your weight.
Yeah, way above.
Yeah.
I mean, you had the ground force commander at the end of the day, and everything, you know, obviously legality-wise falls underneath him, but, I mean, the ground force commander is going to turn to the most experienced person for advice and what to do in dire situations, because there was no one in that platoon that had more deployments, had been more, you know, gone through more than me, you know? And anyway, you know, going back to it, I remember like walking back, and my PL, you know, David Stroud was the PL, and he went on to have an awesome career. He's such a badass. He didn't say anything. He said nothing, but he was there. He stood by my side. Okay. But as we were walking back, he's like, that probably wasn't a good idea. I was like, yeah. I was like, you're right. I fucked up. I was like, I'm probably going to get fired. I was like, Frost should probably take over the platoon. You know? So anyway, we get back up, and then Bernie calls me, you know, the first sergeant at the time. He's like, dude, what the fuck? And I'm like, yeah, I fucked up. I'm sorry. You know, like I totally fucked up. But to come back to what you were talking about, I had reached my breaking point. Mm-hmm. I just didn't realize it. I mean, at that point, I had 2 kids, terrible marriage. I was deployed all the time. And training was worse. Because at the time I was in charge of this course that I was telling you about. I was also like the battalion master breacher, you know, for demolitions, all things demolitions. And the assistant, like I was also, I don't want to say assistant, but like basically I was like the assistant regimental master breacher for all regimentals breaching courses as well. So like I was burning the wick at all ends, man. And I mean, and these deployments are fucking insane, you know. And a couple other things happened, and, you know, we deployed, and, you know, it was a really good deployment. It was a lot of fun. We were in Baghdad. It was a little bit different. It wasn't quite as kinetic, but it was really cool because we were doing some really neat tactics and stuff like that, because at that point they knew how we were looking for them, how we were finding them. So they were switching to these different kind of movement, patterns of life that they would do. So we started doing daylight missions, which just totally fucking put Baghdad in a spiral. Like, people didn't know what to think, because these fucking Rangers coming out in the middle of the day and hitting these targets and shit. It was awesome, right? But basically, I was supposed to come back from that deployment and go have a break from the next deployment, because at that point I deployed with 275 for every deployment. Every single deployment I'd been on with 275. Okay. And I was like one of the only guys that had. Other than coming back like 3 weeks early from one deployment for the birth of my son. But other than that, I'd been on every deployment. And anyway, the plan was I was going to come back, give up my platoon, which was hard because I'd been in the platoon 11 years at that point, and then take the recce platoon after the next deployment. Okay, so I was going to have a break. I was supposed to go to a school that I needed to go to in order to get promoted to the next rank, because I'd been a sergeant first class for 3 years, but I hadn't been to the non-commissioned officer course yet.
So you have to get to become a sergeant first class. Yeah.
No, I was a sergeant first class.
Yeah.
But in order to be eligible for promotion to master sergeant,
yeah,
I needed to go to this course, So, and honestly, I was like, I needed a break, and but I didn't really quite realize how bad I needed a break. But anyway, make a long story short out of that, the sergeant major basically, I don't want to say he's changed his mind. I understand now as a sergeant major, because I was a sergeant major, he had a banding issue, but basically he came to me one day out on range and he said, hey, change your plans. You're going to do this deployment with your platoon. And then when you come back, you're going to take over recce platoon. And I was like, sergeant major, like, listen, man, I've already made plans. Like, I really just need to stick with our original plan. And, I understood the position he was in, and I totally get it. And, it was a shortage issue. A little bit of, change of manning and stuff like that. But what really got me was what he said. And he goes, well, at the end of the day, you're in the Army and you'll do what the fuck I tell you to do. I said, okay. Well, that's true. But what you don't know about me is I'm the worst Army soldier that ever existed. I absolutely fucking hate being told what to do. I can't stand it, right? So the beautiful thing about Ranger Regiment is you have obligations. So when you take a position at a new rank, you owe 2 years, okay? When you get to Ranger Regiment, you owe 2 years, okay? Well, I had far exceeded that, okay? So basically, I can just call HRC, Ranger Branch, and say, put me on assignment. And as long as I give them a line number or whatever it is, they'll just put me on assignment. And no one really can stop it. So I'd had some buddies that done some ROTC assignments and everything else. So I found out there was a position up at University of Washington, Seattle. And so I called my buddy up at HRC, the Ranger Branch. I said, hey, here's the line number. Put me on assignment there. And he goes, you sure? I was like, he's like, you don't want me to check with the sergeant major? I was like, absolutely not. Just put me on fucking assignment. He's like, okay. Fell out to 4187. So anyway, he put me on assignment. And then it got back to the sergeant major. And
I'm sure he loved.
Oh, yeah. And I remember, and I told Bernie, my first sergeant, I said, here's what I did. And he's like, dude, I wish you hadn't done that, but I get it. He's like, he did understand. He did understand. And so the sergeant major pulled me in and, ripped me apart and destroyed me and told me I would never serve in Ranger Regiment again, yada, yada, yada. When I got to ROTC is when I realized, holy fuck, I am fucked up. I am physically fucked up. I am mentally fucked up. I do not realize how bad off I am. And I rebuilt myself over the next 2.5 years. Got a divorce, which was great. Fucking very smart decision there. And kind of put things back together mentally, man. And if I had not done that break, that major incident would have been, that would have been small potatoes. I'd have done something fucking drastic, man.
What years was that?
So this was 09. 09, I went up there and then so bottom line is ROTC is awesome. ROTC is awesome. Highly advise anybody go do it. The impact that you have on those cadets I mean, it's unbelievable, especially if you're, a quality leader that has a lot of experience and you really, really invest in them in their development and realize they're going to be future officers. You have such an awesome impact. Plus, it's just a lot of fun, and you have a lot of time off. It was a struggle though, at the same time, because literally, I went from deployment, came back from a deployment, training, changing over the platoon, a short little move because it was literally like I moved houses like 5 miles away, so I was a little bit closer, well, a little bit farther than 5 miles, and then I got there to ROTC in like June, right? So June of this, so in the summer, and I show up there, this is my first time PCS, and so I'm like, what am I supposed to do? You're supposed to report to your commander and all this different kind of stuff when you come to a new assignment. So anyway, I did the in-processing at 8th Brigade, but that was on Fort Lewis, so that was like super easy, right? But, and they're like, basically go up to your school, report to the commander. So I go up to the school and I show up and like no one's there. It like took me forever to get into the building because the building was like locked down. And finally get up there and no one's there except for the assistant, to the PMS, who's the commander basically. And she's like, yeah, no one's going to be here all summer. She's like, everybody's at LDAC, which is advanced training camp for the cadets that they do between their junior and senior year. She's like, I'm like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do? And she's like, well, they left you like a folder on your desk and they said you could start knocking that stuff out. And I went and I looked and it was just basically doing a bunch of training coordination, and like, building, request for ammo and training areas and all this different kind of stuff. Well, I'd already been to Fort Lewis. I've been on Fort Lewis for 11 plus years. I knew everybody, so like I finished all that stuff like within like a week. I have the rest of the summer. So I went from a Ranger platoon sergeant, the epitome of a frying pan, to now I'm in charge of no one and no one knows where the hell I am. No one cares. Everybody's on either they're on vacation or they're at LDAC, and I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with myself? And it was weird. It was incredibly weird. So I just started, doing stuff with my kids, which was weird, and like,
I was going to say,
taking like 4 days and like taking vacations and not having to worry about getting called on a vacation because some soldier did something stupid or, some kind of, alert or, whatever. And, but, I started piecing things back together, physically and mentally and all this different kind of stuff. And, started, therapy, and, made the decision, hey, I'm going to try out for Delta selection, didn't make that, unfortunately, but, decided to go back to 275 because my thought process was at the time. So I went to Delta selection, came back from Delta selection and was immediately like, I need to get a divorce. Like, I don't know why I don't like this person. Like, so... But I was like, I'm not
Before
ready.
Before you went to ROTC, you tried out for Delta? Or
No, while I was at ROTC. While I was at ROTC, which was actually a really good time to do it because you're training cadets, and you have all the time in the world. You're on a college kid schedule. So I could easily do 3 day, 4 days. I put my cadets through shit. Like, I could take them out for extra land nav because they need to do land nav, so I could take them out so I could practice land nav. I mean, basically what I did for my core group was put them through the train up that I was going through. They were studs, man. Yeah. They were studs. Like, I mean, they were a couple there were a lot of badasses in that group, man. And they went on, and some of them have done amazing, in the military. We had a lot of fun, man. Had a Marine Force recon guy that was on the second floor and stuff. So we used to do shit together all the time, and I could get Zodiacs, and so he could do training with them. We had a lot of fun, man. And I mean, many of those cadets, and I think one of them actually just pinned on Lieutenant Colonel. One of the cadets, he just pinned on Lieutenant Colonel, and him and I were talking the other day, and he's like, I'm a Lieutenant Colonel. He's like, the best training I still ever did was when I was an ROTC cadet because I knew Ranger Regiment, I knew all the training people. So I would just take them down and I would like when Ranger Regiment was deployed and they'd left guys back to do different things. I would go down there and I'd grab a bunch of them and be like, hey, I'll provide the ammo. Let's go out and train. You guys, just all I ask is you guys help me train these cadets. So we'd train these cadets together. We do all this crazy,
that would be pretty awesome.
We do all this crazy shit together, and I knew helicopter pilots, like, so like these cadets were doing shit they'd never done, and they've probably never done since, So we had a lot of fun and, but, didn't Didn't go back to Delta selection because I didn't want to move halfway across the country for my kids. And so I was on orders actually for a MIT team.
Advisors.
Yeah, so advisors, this is pre-SFAB, right? It's supposed to go to Camp Rylea. I'm like, oh my God. This is the first time ever coming down on orders for something too. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to do this. Because it was going to be a year long. It was going to be a 6-month train up. Okay, I don't remember where. And then a year-long deployment.
Yeah, you're getting into the advisor role. So
so
drastically different now.
I'm like, oh my God, like I can't do this. Well, okay. So I called Daryl Thies, who was the CSM at the time, and I said, hey, I want to come back to regiment. You got a job for me? He's like, yeah, absolutely. Of course I got a job for you. So I went back through RAS 2. You have to go back through RAS 2, which is 3 weeks. It's not that hard. But it's a leadership and training course, and you got to do all the physical stuff. You got to meet all the standards, same standards that everybody else has to meet. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You got to do that. Every time you go to a new leadership position, you have to go back through RAS from squad leader on. Okay. Which is another great part about Ranger Regiment. The leaders that need to be there are going to be there. And anyway, so came back and, got assigned to staff, in 2012. And it was interesting, even though I was staying very tied into the community, into Ranger Regiment, over those, 2+ years I was gone, even coming back in 2012, I was like, oh my God, like everything's changed. Completely different gear, like all this different kind of stuff. I was like, holy shit. Yeah. So I came back, staff and, 2012, did my first deployment and, everything had changed. Obviously we pulled out of Iraq at that time. And now it was about, getting the Afghanis out on target, and there is no missions that are unilateral missions. Everything's, with the Afghanis in the lead and, us, either alongside or behind and all this different kind of stuff. And it was very, very different. And also this was my first real time on staff. ROTC you could say, and I did a little bit of staff time before I left, but it was very different, and I got to witness things from the conventional Army side because I was literally an LNO for the 82nd Airborne, meaning before, task force could basically go out on target, they had to get concurrence memos, signed by all the GOs, the BS, battle space owners. So every time I'd have to go in, brief on the target, brief on what we were going to do, and then get their concurrence. Crazy story is actually my first 2 months when I was the LNO, who the general was that I had to brief and I had to wake up in the middle of the night to get? Who? General Sinclair.
Who's that?
General Sinclair is the one that had the aide that he was forcing to give making him give oral sex.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Didn't hear about that one. Yeah. I thought I've heard everything, but okay.
Yeah. And he was a 2-star, and it was this deployment that this shit happened. So it's like, oh my God. I was like briefing this guy like all the fucking time. And I met his aide like multiple different times. Yeah. I'm like, I feel terrible. Like I didn't know anything about it. Nothing, and it was pretty bad, man. And, but it was good. It was a good way to get back incorporated with the regiment and see a lot of the changes and how the environment had changed quite a bit. Came back and, then, took over Charlie Company 275 as a first sergeant. And the deployments were very different, but the mission set changed, which made us change the training. And we did a lot of awesome training. But at the same time, we'd also saw the effects of the war. And the reason I highlight this is because it was a huge leadership lesson for me. Is, when I was getting ready to take over Charlie Company, and the sergeant major at the time was my good friend Bernie Foligno, and he's like, dude, your fucking company, man. He's like, your company has more DUIs, domestic violence, and other issues than all the other companies combined. I'm like, holy shit. Okay. He's like, you got to get in there. We got to figure out what's going on. We got to fix this stuff. Like, it's pretty bad. Right. And so my first weekend as the first sergeant, a dude got 3 DUIs. The same dude on the same motorcycle in the same parking lot.
By the MPs?
No, this was off post.
Oh shit!
And I still don't even know why they didn't arrest his ass.
I was
the second
time.
You know?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, we got a problem here. And, you know, the platoon sergeants would like come into my office and they would have, you know, it'd be like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They'd have beer, you know, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Like on Fridays, like, okay, that's fine. Like it's Friday, have a beer before you go home. Like no issues with that. Right. They did like beer calls, like late at night, you know, like, and the NCOs would like stay late and fucking get drunk and pass out. I'm like, okay, we have an alcohol problem is what we have. And, you know, at the time, you know, just not kind of realizing what was going on, but it was just a lot of these guys were burnt out, you know, going back to what you were kind of talking about, man, these guys had been at it, you know, for a very long time. And, you know, the fatigue from the war, the fatigue from the training, all this different kind of stuff. And, you know, it was a way to deal with things. It was an outlet, but they were doing it as an organization. So these new guys that had never even deployed or had deployments that, you know, really hadn't done a whole lot, they were just being indoctrinated into this. And it made me reflect on when I first showed up to 275, to my platoon, that my leadership was more concerned about where they were going to drink that night or when they were going to start drinking than training. And don't get me wrong, they trained their ass off. They were some of the best trainers I've ever met in my life, you know, were in that company. They were all the platoon sergeants and everything, but we had this problem with alcohol. It was really bad. And so the company commander at the time, you know, he was only there for a couple weeks, and then John Stahaley came over with me. And him and I had been working the last 2 years on staff together. And I was like, you know, so before he even got over there, you know, take over the company, I'm like, we have to basically remove all the alcohol from the company. We got to get rid of the bar, and we got to make it a dry zone. And like, I can't remember what event was coming up, like a Christmas party, or maybe it was a summer party or something like that. Like, we need to make it a dry event. And so he comes over, and he trusted me, man. I got to give the man credit. Like, that's not a good way to start as a company commander. That's a terrible fucking idea, right? So we did it, and we put it out. Hey, get rid of all the alcohol in the cough. The whatever party, summer party or whatever it's gonna be dry. That no alcohol is gonna be allowed. And I'll never forget. Yeah, I always show up work earlier than everybody else. So I usually show up to work about 4:30. Okay, 5 o'clock every morning, because I like to get a bunch of shit done before everybody starts showing up and the chaos ensues, right? And over the back of the cough was a giant flag that said the beatings will continue until morale improves. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Shit. Like, and I'll tell you, man, it was mutiny for a while there. But after a while, everything started to kind of clear. The fog started to clear. Guys started to see what we were capable of doing. Leaders, more importantly, started to realize, like, their time wasn't getting eaten up dealing with all these idiots that were getting in trouble. You know, and how all these legal issues and all this different kind of stuff, like, just over time, it like really started to, and they're like, oh shit. And, you know, it really, I don't want to sit there and say that it like changed the company, but it was a very, very important leadership lesson that, like, you have to make hard decisions sometimes that people are not a fan of. Like, I expected my tires to get slashed. Like, dudes were fucking pissed, man. Like, it was not good. It was not a good environment. You know, I was expecting to get my ass kicked, basically. But, you know, leaders bought in, you know, and it paid off. And that company, man, I'll tell you what, I've been a part of a lot of amazing organizations, but the dudes that have come out of that company and went on and did amazing things across the Army, and also, there's one, you know, actually one of the squad leaders, he was one of the lead freaking, I don't know what you call it. I can't even say what organization it was, but basically he's one of the team leaders for the P. Diddy raids.
The P. Diddy raids?
Yeah, when they raided his compounds and stuff like that. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Just recently, huh?
Yeah.
That's wild.
But fuck, man, he's got some stories about that shit.
Yeah. That's not out there publicly?
Yeah, no.
Oh, yeah, obviously.
Yeah. It never, you know, a lot of it probably never will be, or, you know, I don't know how that shit works, but we had some interesting conversations about that stuff. But, you know, the point being is it was amazing, you know, to come back and to see how the regiment had continued to evolve. And, you know, to be a Ranger First Sergeant, what an unbelievable experience. And you know, truly amazing individuals. We got to do a lot of stuff. The deployments were very different though, you know, and it was unfortunate, you know, because a lot of those guys joined thinking it was going to be like what it was in the early days. And now they go over and, you know, we're having to do just all these different kind of missions. And it's just, it's not the same, you know, that's not what you joined for. And, you know, so it was a little frustrating, you know, for a lot of those guys. I often joke that we ruined like a generation of Rangers because, you know, from that like 06 to like 11 time frame, it was just balls to the walls, crazy shit, kicking in doors and, you know, closing with and destroying the enemies of the country. And, you know, so those guys expected that to continue. And then everything started to change. But they were still telling the stories to all those Rangers, like this is how it used to be, you know, and sitting around a deployment hoping to have one mission that would be like that, you know. And it was interesting, but you know, the regiment continued to evolve, you know, and we saw ourselves going, okay, you know, things are happening with the GWAT. The GWAT landscaping's changing. So we need to find ways to make sure that we're relevant and that we can work joint operations. And, you know, so like, for instance, my company, we got to go down, spend a month with the Marines at the Mountain Training and Warfare Center, you know, and we
Bridgeport, is that Bridgeport?
Yeah, Bridgeport, you know.
Yep, I've been through that.
And that was awesome. We had a great time with the Marines down there.
Condensed package, but it was solid.
Yeah. So it was really fun. It was a really good training exercise, and plus, but you know, we demonstrated to the Marines like, hey, here's what's Rangers are capable of, because they didn't really understand. You know, I remember sitting in the, you know, so we do like, you know, you do 2 weeks of like field training, you know, so you're just basically out, you know, it's not tactical. You do like some tactical stuff.
Yeah, it's like just like how do you live in the mountains?
Yeah, basically
like,
how do you ski, snowshoe, do, you know, survive, you know, in the cold weather, you know, and other guys are going through like sniper training and cross country training and all this different kind of stuff, and you know, rock climbing, all this stuff. And then you come back from that, and then you get ready for the large FTX portion, right? So I remember sitting in this brief, you know, and the brigade commander, you know, the Marine brigade commander and all his commanders are sitting around this table, and you know, we're starting to do COA development, you know, for the mission. And so he's like, okay, so here's kind of what I'm thinking. He's like, you know, this company, you guys are going to go in first. You guys are going to go in here, you know, And, you know, we're like, what about us? You know, because I had a company worth of Rangers with me. He's like, yeah, we're going to keep you guys on like a QRF role, you know, and you're going to do, you know, you guys are going to do this. And we're like, okay, you know, and, you know, I kind of told the company commander, I was like, yeah, now's not the time. Don't dime him out in front of everybody, you know? So anyway, they finish up, and like, we're going to go into COA development. Okay. Now, like, you know, working out the intricacies and back brief him and all this different kind of stuff. And so he goes up to like the board, you know, it's got the map of the whole training area, you know, enemy locations and all this. And I was like, hey sir, I was like, what's really, really important to you in this training exercise? And I remember him like looking down at me. He's like, why is this first sergeant talking to me? The Marine Corps is very different.
Way different.
I didn't know that.
Way different.
I mean, I kind of knew that,
yeah.
But you don't have an appreciation for it. Like, I never worked with the Marines. I'd worked with Marines a lot, but not enough to really have an appreciation for that. And I was like, okay, sir, let me ask you a different way. Like, what do you know, you're a brigade commander. Is this your first major training exercise with your whole brigade? He's like, yeah. I was like, okay, so let me break this down. If you're not super successful here, the chances of you getting a top block and then getting a second command and being able to be eligible for colonel is probably not very likely, right? And he's like, how the fuck do you know this? I was like, I know this. Okay, so back to my question. Yes, you want to get great training. I totally understand that. Like, and you want your Marines to be prepared. I got that. But the bottom line is you want to fucking win, right? I was like, here's what Rangers do. You know, and I give him like just a very brief overview of what we're capable of doing and what we were training for. And our train up plan actually for mountain warfare, we'd spent a lot of time training up for it up in Mount Rainier and doing all this different kind of stuff. I was like, sir, if you want to win, put us in first. Let me show you what we can do in the first 24 hours. And then after that, you can employ us however you want, basically, you know. And I'll tell you, man, I will give that guy credit all day, because when he briefed after the decision brief of what his plan was, which was to put us in, cycle the birds back, and then start picking up Marines, and basically just letting us go. Dude, his company commanders, like I was like, oh my God, like I mean, they were like, you're gonna fucking do what? Marines are first in. I mean, fine, okay, I get that, right? But you have to understand like what we're training for. These guys had just come from, it was 1st Brigade. So where was 1st Brigade?
You mean for 1st Regiment? That might be East Coast. I think so.
Well, I just know they come from somewhere warm. Or no, they'd just come off of an exercise.
Oh, okay.
So they weren't even like, they were sucking because it was
Probably
cold.
come from 29 Palms?
Yeah, maybe.
Or something like
maybe.
that.
I don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
We'd been training all fucking winter. All winter we'd been doing this. So like the winter portion of it and the weather and everything, it was like nothing for us. We'd been doing that all winter, right? We had our equipment, like we had all this stuff, like, right? You know, we weren't using the equipment. Some were, but most of it, we weren't using the equipment provided by the school, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, we went in light. You know, we went in, you know, it's supposed to be, 7-8 days, whatever it is, we knew we could probably get at least 2 resupplies at some point. We had all the water purification stuff that we needed and everything else. And basically I told my guys, I said, hey, before we took off, I said, if there's a single heat cat, the team leader gets fired. That's it. Right. That's all my only rule. Okay. And, anyway, we seized the final objective for the entire mission within 36 hours.
Nice.
The Marines hadn't even gotten into like their final assault lines where they were supposed to go through to push. We were so far ahead of the Op 4 that they tried to stop us, but the walker that was supposed to be with us, he couldn't keep up. We had to leave him behind. So they couldn't like tell us to basically stop.
Yeah.
So the Op 4, we were in the final assault line, or I'm sorry, the final objective. We'd seized it. We dominated the terrain. We had all of the OPs out, snipers out, mortar, sector, like all this stuff. They basically brought all the Op 4 they had available to assault us on this giant hill. Honestly, the snipers killed all of them, before they even got like within 500 meters of the target and everything. And it was really good there, and we basically camped out for like 4 days after that, and it actually kind of sucked. I got sunburned as fuck.
Yeah, because you're like not mobile.
Yeah,
you're not moving.
Yeah, so
it sucks. Yeah.
But anyway, and it was super awesome because the brigade commander or the regimental commander, I guess it is. Afterwards we get back, we do the dog X, which was awesome, by the way, like super awesome dog X. Had tons of fun drinking, like fucking, it was super fucking awesome. He's like, hey, he told the company commander, he's like, hey, get your whole company together before you guys leave today. So we get them all together, and Ed, dude, man, is a Marine lieutenant colonel or a colonel or whatever he was. He steps in front of a Ranger company man. He goes, I've never seen some shit like that. You are the baddest motherfuckers I've ever seen. You guys are awesome. I would train and I would fight with you guys any day of the week. And I mean, it was like, fuck yeah. Because Rangers really do have appreciation for Marines, because even though we're different, in a lot of ways, the mentality of, once a Marine, always a Marine, small unit, tight brotherhood. It's the same in the Ranger Regiment. It's the exact same, and given the specific training and the clear task, and then also, a little bit of, how we train our leaders, Marines would be the exact same, same selection standards and stuff like that, So anyway, it was, I went really deep down that hole, because you're a Marine, so I wanted to go deep down that hole. It was really fun. We had so much fun with those Marines, but the point I was really trying to make is that we had to train a lot in different ways and with different units, because we needed to make sure, because you have to understand, Rangers have been stood down after every conflict. Yes, they stood them up in 1974, but it still could happen. Ranger regiments aren't cheap. They're fucking expensive. So being relevant and maintaining our relevancy even after the close of the GWAT, we had to show that, you know, and it took a lot of work and, you know, with a lot of cross training and everything else. And basically we had to show these other organizations that, you know, sister organizations and other branches that like, hey, you know, and when you have a Ranger, you know, a Ranger element working with you, they're a huge asset, you know, and they can really be a force multiplier.
Yeah,
and now you see it, you know, and I mean, Ranger Regiment, the things that they're doing across the globe, it's unbelievable. It's awesome, really fucking unbelievable.
So is that like a good, I shouldn't say stepping stones, but I know guys go from like Rangers to Delta, but even with like Delta, that's a different mission from like what a Ranger does. You know, like it's
it is.
Because same with like Marine Corps infantry. You know, in Ranger, it's like, okay, you guys are doing direct more, you know, you're doing the high speed direct action. Like Marines were very like, because people ask me, they're like, would you redo it or know everything we know? Would you try out for Delta or would you try out for, you know, like, because oh, man, SEALs. I was like, honestly, at the end of the day, I like being the sledgehammer.
Yeah.
I like being in a Marine squad. Yeah. Like if I could, you know, and I was an advisor, so I like the long term missions. Like I like we're going in, it's going to be a 9-day fight. Yeah. Like that's kind of like, we're going to clear this, we're going to maneuver. I mean, we did direct action, quote unquote, you know, we got our little hits too, but I don't know. Again, that's my mentality. Like I like being in the mountains of Afghanistan and be like, we're going to get into this fucking 15-hour fight, bring everything you got, you know? And I don't know, you know, I think like I said though, that with the Rangers, you know, Marines always have to prove themselves, but we're more the like the infantry force. You know what I'm saying, like that. But I could see where Rangers, you guys are like the Army has so many assets, and MARSOC was going through that with JSOC, or SOCOM, I should say, because it's like, why do that? You know, even the guys that I know, a lot of them jump ship from MARSOC to Green Berets because they're like, one, they still have to deal with. Sometimes they still deal with Marine Corps bullshit, and like that's what I do appreciate about.
I do, the You're Army. Absolutely right. I remember we brought out a. How's MARSOC like broke up? Is it like
it's MSOBs? It's MSOB, and then MSOB was the advisor groups, I think, and it was. It's been a long time. It's been a long time actually. I think it's
I can't remember either, but I remember we got a contingent of the MARSOC guys that came out to JBLM to do some stuff with us, and like so we're briefing and we're talking about like you know what their training objectives are, what our training objectives are, and stuff like that. And I remember like just, you know, just asking about some qualifications, you know, like, hey, can you guys do this? Like we're going to do some joint things like this. We'll allocate the assets for you for this, you know. And I remember like the commander, you know, the company commander or whatever he was, team commander, whatever he was. He's like, I don't know if we can do that. I was like, oh, you guys don't, you know, you guys not trained on this. Like, you know, I know you guys do this, you know, and I can't remember if it was fast roping. I think it was fast roping. He's like, no, like we're doing it. But like, I'm going to have to call back and get approval to be able to do this. And I'm like, why? Like if you're trained to do it and you're coming out here to like, I remember being like, whoa, okay. That's the difference. You know, like that's definitely a hindrance it would make because you got to be, that's the difference between special operations, you know, and conventional forces is you got to be adaptable. You got to trust the leaders, you know, and that they're going to do everything, you know, the right way, but you got to give them maneuverability, you know, and latitude to do things that they're going to do things that are unconventionally, but I mean, the guy's a captain for God's sakes. And he's got, you know, a gunny or whatever, you know, advising him like, they've done it. If they'd never fast roped before, okay, I could get that. You know, hey, but what we were literally done, and what literally I was telling my guys, like, hey, we'll line up the tower, we'll do the qualifications for them, we'll even rope master for them if they're not qualified to do it. And they're like, no, we do it all the time. We just didn't have it approved as a technique for this training. I'm like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Who gives a shit?
And I think that's the issues with the Marine Corps has always been that, like, and once you start getting, I would say, start thinking for yourself, but once you start kind of getting into that mentality, that's when the Marine Corps and you start butting heads. Like you start climbing that.
And Ranger Regiment used to be that way too. You know, is very much like, and you know, Craig Nixon, he tells this story. General Nixon, retired now, he tells this story really well. I believe it's him, and if I get this wrong, the community will tell me. But he tells this story about how he's watching a live fire, and this, you know, saw gunner basically is bounding, with his team, and he lays down in the middle of a road, in an open road, and he's shooting at whatever target he is. And he goes down to the Southerner, or maybe, the sergeant major or first sergeant does, go down to the Southerner and goes, hey, why don't you move 5 feet over there where you have cover and concealment and, take up your position from there. And the Southerner looks up at him and goes, because my team leader didn't tell me to. And, the way he tells it is that was like, hey, we've got to focus our training and focus our assessments and how we do things is not what to think, how to think. And I please, everybody, I love Marines, okay? But I did notice that sometimes with the Marines was, like even, no bullshit, like we had a serious cold weather injury. This was during the FTX portion with a Marine. And it was literally because they told this kid, go grab something or whatever, right? And he was in his tent, they were in the tent, at the time. And all he had on was just his uniform. Yes. He didn't have any silks or anything underneath, which I don't know why. I wore my silk the whole goddamn time, right? And they told him to run to go get something from the main area. And literally it was like a blizzard fucking outside. And instead of turning back and going, I need to probably grab my jacket. When he was coming back, he literally freaking basically passed out. From exertion, one, because we're at altitude, and two, from the cold weather, because it was like a fucking blizzard. And luckily, 2 of my guys had found him.
No shit.
Yeah, they were coming back doing something, or I don't know what it was, and they found him. They holy shit, are those feet in the snowbank, and they picked this kid up. But I even remember too, this Navy corpsman. We're getting him on one of those, the vehicles that have the treads and stuff like that. And this Navy corpsman's no, this is a Marine. I have to treat him. And I'm I remember grabbing this Navy corpsman. And I'm listen, these are fucking paramedics. Okay. These guys have done more training. These guys can basically damn near do fucking surgery, tracheotomies on the battlefield. Do you think you know more than them? It's about saving a life. I don't give a fuck if it's a Marine or not. Push this kid away. I'm dude, get the fuck out of here. But anyway, so I don't remember why I was telling this story, but it's just it's an evolution of things. It really truly is the evolution of things. And hopefully, boy, we're going to go down this. Okay. You talk about warfare now. Okay. You talk about warfare. You talk about the evolution of things. You went to Ukraine. Okay. Yeah. You look at the things that are happening in Ukraine. None of that shit's conventional. None of it. It is literally shit. I have this cup. I can pack it full of explosives. Let me hang it from these freaking this drone and drop it on a Russian to kill him. And that'll be my suppressive fire, or that'll cue my ambush line or something like that. And it's some Ukrainian private figuring that shit out, right? It's just adapting and figuring stuff out and using your best judgment and everything else. The reason I'm saying that is because that's a future of warfare. It is omnidimensional now. It is, yes, I know there's trenches, there's all this different kind of stuff, but with technology and all of the different elements of it now, you got to be thinker, man. You can't just be
and that was the thing too,
run to the sound of the guns.
And well, that was the thing too, is my time in Afghanistan. I'd done Iraq twice. I was a scout sniper. You start opening the doors of now we're starting to know more what's going on. You're starting to be able to make decisions on your own. And I always tell people this, because my wife was always how do you adapt so well of leaving, getting out? I was honestly, if I would have got out after my first pump, I would have been super fucked up. Because I didn't have control over my own fate. And then it was almost kind of like what you guys do. You climb that ladder in Rangers and you start controlling more and more and more of just mentality wise. I'm going into the brief, understand what we're doing. Well, why don't we do this training? You're right. Let's do that. You punching above your weight, being able to we're coordinating air at a fucking staff sergeant level, That's what I did. I was a corporal all the way up, and I'm spearheading NATO ISAF operations as, in the lead.
Oh, yeah.
And then helping design that and doing all that stuff. And then being attached to special forces, building their trust. So it was, I think my frustration too was when people stepped onto the battlefield in Afghanistan. I was like, this is not Iraq. These guys will tear you apart. Doesn't matter where you come from. Doesn't matter what tier 1 unit you think you are.
Yeah.
I was like, I think that's where I do appreciate some of the Marines, because it's like when you're coming to the infantry, you understand how painful that, because you know that.
Yeah.
Infantry guys are just built different. And then it's like, it's a great baseline to build off of, but I think that's the issue, which Navy SEALs have always admitted this, which was like, they don't have that baseline. They go from,
you see that with some of the SF guys too.
Yeah, and SF too. If you're an 18 X-ray coming right in or something like that, like you don't have that baseline of like, now you have to resort, like you guys can resort back. Yeah, you're doing hits, you're doing all this stuff, but Rangers can go, do we need to go back into trench fighting and to start storming mountains and to hang out here for 9 days? You can do it. You go back to the infantry mindset. And I think the frustration was that Afghanistan, like, people just didn't get it. Yeah. And I think with Ukraine, my biggest frustration is going over. I went over during the invasion and then went over last summer and have been in contact with everybody that's gone over, or a lot of Westerner fighters, and talking with them. And then some of them have made en routes to Marine EOD, I think some Army, but not seen. I've only seen, like, maybe better than I do now, but I've only seen like 1 or 2 things that they're like, oh, we'll use drones for this, for like one exercise. Yeah. And the Marines and then we talked to some of them, they're not getting updated on what's going on. And I think that's the frustration sometimes. I'm like, look, if you would have gave a Marine.
You're saying the U.S. forces are not?
U.S. forces are not listening.
I understand.
Yeah. Because it's like, you understand all this stuff that you've been training or buying is now, it's fucking worthless. Why? Because Russians have EW. So why you think you're not using GPS on the fucking mission? Because they're going to shoot a fucking HIMARS over you, or they're fucking a grad. You're going to get hit with a grad. Yeah. There is no, now they're attaching fiber cables to the drones, because now they can defeat the EW. Now it's just direct link, so you're seeing Ukraine constantly adapting. It's cool to see, because you are seeing that pride, like that kid just goes, give me the like, you don't have to give us money. Just been like, hey, where's all the explosives? Cool. Okay. Now they're taking basically monster cans, filling them with Comp B or whatever, and clearing trenches. Yeah. Like we had my buddy Chris had the actually U.S. Forces guys that were former like Iowa National Guard, or like leading companies, and they were trying to figure out how much overpressure was for how much of these because they're in the trench. They're like, we can't kill our own guys, so how much can we stuff? And it works though. So these tactics are being used and used successfully, and it's just like they've been trying to contact, and only a few units have like even accepted this. So a lot of commanders are just like, yeah, it's not our. It's like, do you understand? This is insane. Like everyone should be looking at what's happening. Now you are seeing private companies starting to adapt 3 years later, like Anduril starting to be like, hey, here's things cheaper, faster, more efficient. Yeah. Like the Switchblade that went over. When I was over there, I was like, yeah, I heard you guys hate the Switchblade from Lockheed Martin. They're like, yeah, it's fucking trash. It's $50,000, overcomplicated. What we do in the GWAT? How much bullshit did you see? Yeah. So I was a contractor too, and I saw how much waste was as a contractor. I was like, oh my God, like, we'll never use this. Or we got stuff issued. I'm sure you guys did too. At least like Rangers, it's great. That's why I always love hearing come from your guys' perspective, because you can say something doesn't work and then you stop and then you get something better.
Yeah, but what was sorry, but it was, we had the ability to do that, but there was multiple systems, multiple pieces of kit, and other things that we would get, and we would immediately be like, absolutely not. Trash, breaks, not good quality, doesn't work, doesn't meet the intent. And then literally like a month later, you'd see a regular Army units outfitted with it. And you're like, what the?
That happened in the Marine Corps. That you remember the MTVs, or you guys would have called? I think you guys called them the big fucking dipped in Kevlar shit. I know MCUs or whatever.
I know what you're
talking about. The Marine Corps had gotten them my second pump. Mine weighed like 60 pounds. It was nuts because of the plates. And I was a sniper, so I had to carry, and that you couldn't move. They actually added a pad. I'm sure you guys might have it too. Like
no, we never had it. We had all our own shit.
Yeah. And it's like, well, because I can't shoulder it, the pad will hold it in, so you're shooting like this. Marine Corps bought them, outfitted everybody, and apparently some Marine general threw one on for the first time after it had been issued and said, fucking halt all orders. Yeah. And then after that, we went to Afghanistan in like 2008. And then everyone's wearing plate carriers, you know? And it was just, but it was like those moves you saw, which were, ACU, the Cambo did it, you could talk about that stuff all day long, but I think what's, I'm sure no one thought we were going to get to see near peer in 2021,
Yeah.
2022, and now you see it happen, and you're seeing the real devastation of like what, like, you know, not against tier 1 guys or special by any means, but I think that's why the infantry is always king of the battlefield, or that's artillery, but like, you know, the main effort. You know, we were always told, look, don't ever forget, but the infantry is always the main effort, no matter what, no matter where you are. I'm sure, I don't know, you know, that's what we were told, you know,
it still
is. Yeah. And I think everybody forgot that. And I think that's what's frustrating, but now you're seeing it go back to that, because you're like, there's guys that are great dudes that were special operations. They go and they join some of these Ukraine units, and they fucking tier 1 dudes, and they boogie out because little birds aren't coming for you.
Yeah.
You're going to be running this trench. You know, you got FPVs coming at you, and it don't matter how high speed you are in that fucking CQB course, because you're running in with AK-47s, and it's just fucking carnage. And it's just a different mentality. And I think that's why infantry, you know, obviously take pride in the infantry. You know, it's like we're bred to deal with the worst of the worst. Like even in just like living situations, like I said, you know, I didn't shower for 6 months either. My first pump, and that was like 06, and you're like, or we had the shittiest gear or whatever. But you know, but when it comes back to that Marine Corps thing, though, I always think that has always been their bane of his existence. Is that we're very disciplined, which is an advantage.
Yes,
we're by regulation, which is an advantage. That regulation, that boot camp mindset, is also its detriment. Like sometimes it's like you can't let it go.
Yeah.
Like if I don't have a razor and I'm on fucking day 10 of an op, I shouldn't be getting an Article 15 or an NJP for not shaving.
Yeah.
You know, or hey, your gloves weren't on when you're on patrol. We're gonna fucking hem you up, and you know, it's like that type of. Or you didn't have a haircut. Oh my god, I can't believe you didn't have a haircut. Yeah, you just went through this battle, but. Where's your fucking haircut? But you know, that type of shit, you know, and I know you're a first sergeant, you know,
no, I mean,
you know, but
there's a, it's
like time and place, and the Marines are terrible at doing that.
Yeah. It's not only time and place, like there's fundamentals and there's core, you know, discipline things, and, you know, and you got to enforce them, and you got to hold people accountable to them. But there's also like, what's the priority right now?
Exactly.
Like, you know, what's the focus right now? What do we need to be focused on? You know, and, you know, even, you know, as a first sergeant, as a sergeant major, it's like, okay, hey, we need to enforce this stuff, but in this situation, what's actually the priority right now? What do I want leaders focused on? Yeah. And I want leaders focused on, I want them hyper-disciplined on security, proper spacing, you know, all this different kind of stuff, making sure weapons are cleaned. That's what I want them focused on. Now, if there's time, and we're not sitting around, or we're sitting around and we're not doing much, okay, then let's have the conversation about some of this other stuff. Yeah, exactly, because we need to be disciplined unit. But it's all about putting the priorities into effort, you know, and that's all leadership is, you know, and especially like in the civilian world, you know, that's kind of what I realized is that leaders, you're priority masters, man. You just need to be constantly assessing and evaluating everybody's priorities, and making sure the main thing's the main thing. And being willing to adapt that and change that and making the decision to do it. Cause that's the other portion of it too, is people just are not willing to make a decision because they're afraid somebody's going to come down over the top and say, well, I made this decision, you know, and I've said many a times, I'd rather you get in trouble for making a decision and it being the wrong one than not making a decision.
Yeah, exactly.
And it comes at the detriment, you know? So, but if I went down and, you know, let's say, you know, when I was a squadron CSM and I'm like, hey, first sergeant, like what's going on here, you know, with whatever, you know, guy's not shaving, let's say. And he's like, hey, the reason I told the guys not to shave is X, Y, Z. Here's what's going on. Here's, you know, here's what we're struggling with, blah, 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 blah. And he was able to say, here's a justification. I made a rational decision to prioritize the efforts of my organization. Then I'm going to go, okay. But if he's just like, well, I told him not to shave because we're on the field. Well, what the fuck? Yeah. Like that's, that you just want to be cool. You know, you know, or, you know.
And that's the thing I did think about the Army is your guys' first sergeants are actually infantry.
Yes. That was something I did not know in the Marine Corps. I had no idea. You know, I remember at that mountain warfare course, this sergeant major comes out, right? And I asked multiple times. I was like, hey, can somebody link me in with the sergeant major, you know, the regimental sergeant major? And they're like, oh, he's off like doing this and that. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe because I'm a first sergeant, he just like didn't have the time for me or something like that. I'm like, but I'm sure I'll run into him at some point. And I never saw this dude. Never.
You won't.
And so I'm up one day doing the request, like, chow, all this different kind of stuff, with the talk, that's like at the top of the mountain. And they're like, everybody starts freaking out. They're like, hey, the sergeant major's coming up. I'm like, oh, fucking thank God.
You're like, finally.
I'm going to meet this guy, right? Anyway, so, he shows up and, he gets out the back of the vehicle and he's got like his ruck and stuff like that. And he takes his ruck. He's like, he asks like some, private, like, where do I put my ruck? And the private's like, I don't fucking know where you put your fucking ruck. He's like, I'll grab it. And he like takes it and puts it in the tent. And, anyway, I'm like, hey, Sergeant Major, like, hey, First Sergeant Burke, I'm like, hey, here's where my guys are set up. Like, here's what we're doing. Here's the training for today. Do you want to go out? Do you want to like, hey, I got some extra stuff. Like, we can go out and ski with the guys. We're doing some ski stuff, cross training. We're doing some, snowshoe training. I got some guys that are going to be doing some rappelling over here. Like, what do you want to go see? Mm-hmm. He's like, I'm going to talk to my Marines for a while. I was like, well, we're doing cross training. Like, Marines are with all of our guys, so you'll be able to see all your Marines. You can just come around with me if you want. Yeah. And he's like, well, how far away is it? And I was like, oh, well, the cross country, like, over there. I was like, we could throw some snowshoes on there and probably be over there in like, 15, 20 minutes. Like, it won't take us long, And he's like, we'll see, and I'm like, okay, so I'm like watching him and he's like kind of talking and everything else. And then like, I don't remember somebody like came up and they started talking to me and then I see him like, hey, where's that private? And like, he's talking to like a couple guys. He's like, where'd you put my ruck? He's like, over there. He's like, grab my ruck, put it back in the vehicle. He's like, okay. So the private grabs the ruck and stuff. And then he like kind of like looks around and I'm kind of just watching at this point.
Yeah.
And he gets back in the vehicle and he leaves.
Yep.
He was out there for like 21 minutes. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, where's your sergeant major going? He's like, oh, he's going back. I was like, he was out here for 21 minutes. He's like, yeah. Sergeant. And and then I talked to the first sergeant. He's like, yeah. And then I come to find out like the first sergeant like grew up like a pack clerk. Yeah. I'm like, wait, you're in charge of an infantry. And then he explained it to me. Yeah. And I'm like, oh. Yeah. So Marines basically have to make like a decision.
At 4 years.
Yeah. Are they going to go tactical or are they going to go like the administrative side? I had no idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I will say, I think the Army could benefit because across the Army and specialty MOSs, a lot of MOSs, maintenance, supply, all these different, we have warrants. Okay. And their specialized focus is, and their consistency and continuity, and they get additional schooling to be very specialized in it. I think it actually could be a benefit to do it for infantry too. I really do. Combat arms. I think it actually would be something worth exploring. Not only does it open up a different route, but there could be a lot of benefit in that.
You mean ward for infantry? Or?
Yeah. And he just like he's like an additional advisor, on tactics. Because when you're a first sergeant, it's tough, man. You're supposed to be the lead trainer for your company, but guess what? Somebody also has to do all the administrative shit. All of because everybody, this way I always describe it to guys is when you're a first sergeant, everybody wants access to your guys and the information, their information. All the administrative stuff, all the manning and everything else, plus, details or other things or training exercise, they need access to your guys and you're the control point for all that. Okay. And unless you have like a really squared away training room guy, it's fucking like, you're like, God, I need to be out at this training. I need to be certifying individuals on X training, but I got to get this manifest done for blah, 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 or whatever it might be, or awards, all this different kind of stuff. So it would actually be beneficial if you had like a warrant that you could be like, hey, I trust you. We've built a relationship. You go out, do this training. I'm gonna do some of this administrative stuff. But that is a problem with that force first sergeants now become lazy, and I mean, I don't know. Yeah, well, I would have loved it for different things because I probably would have made him do all my admin shit.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing too, is what blew me away, because when I joined the Guard, I had to go to an infantry unit first, and I was like, "Oh, your first sergeant's infantry?" And it's National Guard. We're just at the armory or whatever, and they're like, "The fuck else would he be?" Yeah. I'm like, "None of ours." If you even got an infantry first sergeant, everyone's like, "Oh my God, he's infantry. That's so great." We have an infantry first sergeant. And part of, I think Manning is the reason why, is because your best 4 years in the Marine Corps are going to be your first 4 in the infantry. So if you're going to see action now during the GWAT, guys could expand that to maybe 8 years, but then those are the guys that did like 4, 5 deployments. Those are the ones that we talked about that like you are burned out. Like there's nowhere for you to go. Marine Corps will also penalize you. So it's like, it was this weird role reversal. It's like, oh, you didn't go and become a drill instructor. Okay, knock you on that. Oh, you know, because you have to do your B billet. And then you become at the mercy of the Marine Corps. It's just kind of that whole thing of like the Army tells you where you're going to go, like right away. You're not 10, 12 years in. Oh, the Army's going to tell you. The Marine Corps from day one will tell you where to go, whether you like it or not. And that's just the mentality. My need, you know, I'm here for the Marine Corps. And a lot of guys in the infantry are there to fight. They're not there to be career guys. So, you know, going and beyond 4 years is, you know, and even if you go MARSOC or recon, I'm sure you talked to some MARSOC dudes. They at one point, because they didn't have their MOS yet, the Marine Corps wouldn't promote them. So now you have a bunch of corporal, like 9-year MARSOC operators that have like 7 deployments under their belt, and they're still a corporal or a sergeant, and they can't pick up staff. Picking up staff sergeants is like a big fucking deal in the Marine Corps, especially in the infantry. It's like damn near impossible, and it's miserable. Like it's not a, you know, that's why I tell people sometimes they ask me like, well, what would you have people go like Marine Corps or Army? And I'm like, well, I hate to say it, Army's got, want to get promoted faster. They got so many options.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
the way it's laid out.
Yeah.
But I was like, Marine Corps is great. I was like, I love the Marine Corps infantry. I think they're the best. I think it's awesome, the culture. But it comes to like, if you want a good base, join the Marine Corps. Now everything in front of you is greener pastures. You know, I'm like, join the Air Force. Go. Joe, try it for Delta. Go for it. You're probably gonna like it. You know, like whatever, or SF, or you know, a lot of Marines go SF. A lot of Marines go, you know, Army infantry. I had buddies that went to Army infantry. Like, dude, life is so fucking good. And I'm like, oh yeah, and they're like, it's awesome. It's way better. You know, but I think that's kind of like a little bit of the reason why the Marine Corps is so, I think, lethal and good. It's their discipline, you know, obviously their mentality, but it's also the detriment. It's like you're not passing that like your knowledge. Like obviously Rangers are probably a bit different than Army infantry, but I mean Army infantry guys, those guys have been fighting. Now they are, you know, like the fact that you're I honestly, I think in a time of war, I think that's a good thing. With you were at Ranger Regiment for 11. You were in the same platoon for 11 years. Yeah,
that was unusual.
It's unusual, but part of me like, look.
But I mean, the other platoon sergeants, you know, even though they changed platoons,
they came back or something.
They were still in those roles. The same. I just stayed in the same platoon. All the guys that were platoon sergeants with me, they'd done the same thing. They just probably changed platoons. Yeah,
but even staying in the same company, like you know, like I don't know. For me, and especially at the time of war, like I think the Marine Corps could benefit from that. It's like, look, just 03s, stay with 03s. You know, like,
well, I mean, you know, so Sergeant Major Hall, who's like, you know, very much like the father of, you know, modern Ranger, you know, he very early on when he was a Sergeant Major, this is prior to the GY, he would talk about fighting platoon sergeants and how Ranger platoon sergeants need to be fighters. You know, they need to be at the point of friction where the decision, the split second decisions need to be made because they have the most experience. They've been the team leaders, they've been the squad leaders, they've been the SAW gunners, the 203 gunners. They know all those weapon systems. They know all the maneuverability aspects of all those different elements, you know, and how to shoot, move, and communicate with them. So why would you not have that guy there? Yeah, that's the guy that makes the decisions, you know, and especially at the, you know, where the split second decisions need to be made. The platoon leader, he's not the decision maker. Yeah. You know, he's an orchestrator.
That's something I learned too, because a lot of people are like, we want to be, you know, the platoon commander, you know, or the officers. And as I got older, I was like, oh my, officers are, I mean, they're admin, they do lead, but you're kind of like, you're, you know, at least in the Marine Corps sense of things, you're, you know, for myself, like, I think that's what's good about the Marine Corps is that we always had a saying, which I'm sure you guys have something similar. It's like good initiative, bad judgment. Yeah. You know, or always take the initiative. Yeah. And they beat that in, and leadership from day one. So boot camp, it's not just infantry, it's Marine Corps wide. And it does very much bleed into the Marine Corps infantry. It's like, you're going to do everything with nothing. And it's like, it just, sometimes you're like, hey man, it's okay to like buy us some new gear, maybe promote us a little faster. But that's why I think when guys are, you know, when we're a private Lance Corporal, we're already taking over teams. In time of war, I think this is frustrating too, because I heard a lot of these stories, and I'm sure you've had too, which the guys in Vietnam, like, hey, your squad leader, team leader just got killed. You got into that position. Just promote to the fucking position. You know, like, hey, I'm in a corporal position now. Yeah, I'm only 9 months in, but we're in Vietnam, so pay me as an E4.
Well, I took over a 2nd Platoon Bravo Company because the platoon sergeant got hurt. I was the senior weapons squad leader. I was a weapons squad leader. He got hurt on a mission, and I was a platoon sergeant. And then I just kept it for the next 3 years.
yeah, exactly. You know, and obviously I get there's a whole system, there's the promotions aspect, but then guys were fighting in the GWAT that I had ran into as contractors. They're like, dude, I was a fucking squad leader as a Lance Corporal, and they were going through Najaf, and they were going, and it was just kind of like the battlefield promotion isn't like, you know, it's like a whole thing. It's very rare to do, you know, but sometimes I think some of those, like, I get why the administrative side of it, like I understand, you know, all this stuff, but then you know, times of war, it changes everything.
Well, it changes everything. You just got to make rapid decisions. You got to solve problems as they come up. You know,
exactly. And that's the thing with the Marine Corps infantry. I always harp on that because that's just it's what I did. But you know, that you said that initiative side, that always, like, we build that small unit of leadership from the get-go, like right away, and you're gonna make stupid decisions, and we all fucking did, especially coming out of boot camp. I mean, it was always hilarious, and then you're going into infantry school, and it's just like, just make a decision. You're making the dumbest fucking decisions on the planet, but at least you're making them. You know, that's something that was beat into us from minute one, which was, you know, just take the initiative, take the leadership role. Like, you should always be moving to the next thing, or always to the next. You want to be in the team leader position. You want to be in the squad leader position. You should be the one assaulting the exec. You know, it's always like Marines are just like ready to fucking rock and roll, you know. And but no, I wish sometimes the Marines would go a little bit of the Army, though, with you having that experience and then moving up into first sergeant slots, you know. And like I said, that's why I tell some guys, like, hey man, you know, it's Marine Corps slow to change. I've seen changes in it. A good friend of mine, he revamped infantry school, so now they go for like 12 or 18 weeks or something like that. It's some ridiculous amount.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And they're getting more squad leader time, so more chances to like fail, take the initiative, kind of like Ranger School. It's all about reps, and so they're trying to get more reps. They're trying to get them, so when they get to the infantry unit, these guys are like ready to roll. They're like your guys' rasp, like, yeah, they're ready to roll. And so whereas like when I came in there, I was like, fucking, we're just trying to get you trained up to the basics and then fucking throw you into the unit. But yeah, I think that's when people are shocked sometimes. They're like, especially Army guys, like, oh my god, like, they're not infantry. It's like, well, yeah, you know,
it will change, you know, and it's the nature of war is going to change a lot of things. We definitely need to be learning what's going on in Gaza and Ukraine and everything, and we need to be implementing that. And it seems like for the most part we are. You know, I don't, obviously not as tuned to it as I used to be, but you know, it does seem that a lot of the training exercises and a lot of the warfighters and symposiums that, you know, on the Army side that they're doing, they're talking about this shit, you know, and it's super relevant. So, but I think it's going to cause adaptations across the entire force. So
what's funny too is you know, we've been fighting the counterinsurgency for 20 years, and then it's like
we also got a false sense of ourselves as well. Near-peer insurgency, very different.
I was at division headquarters. I mean, it's National Guard, but I was at division headquarters, and I just remember we were doing I was a battle NCO, nothing special, but you do see like the bullshit and fuckery goes on at the high level, you know, and I'm just like, okay, whatever, you know, but you're seeing the operations kind of take hold, and you see how they form, and I just remember being like, we were doing a near peer, you know, they always do on the screens, and like one Black Hawk gets shot down. And everything shuts down. They're like, oh, we got to fucking recover. We got to do this. We got to do that. And it turns into what's great. It's a battle drill. That's fine, you know, or whatever. But it was like the way everything halts and everything, we got to, CSARs going up. And I just remember sitting there. This is way before Ukraine kicked off. I remember sitting there and just being like, didn't we lose like 20 helicopters in like every operation in Vietnam? Like, how many stories have you heard from the old, like everyone that we looked up to? I always tell Vietnam guys, we look up to you. Like the stories they had about like pilots just getting shot out of the sky, another helicopter would pick them up, get them back to the unit, pick up, it's like a fucking Humvee. And they just like, all right, we go. And they get shot down again. Like, you know, and now I'm glad that we have everything in place. And obviously, you know, you don't want to lose a bird, but you know, I remember sitting there and just being like, this isn't how it's going to play out.
No.
You know, and I'm just a fucking E5, E6, whatever. But I'm like sitting there, I'm like, I've been into war enough, and I know it's like, but when you just read the history, like, okay, that crew will get picked up eventually or something, but like, you don't need to stop the fucking battle.
Yeah.
And I thought to the GWAT, I'm like, dude, one helicopter goes down the GWAT, it's on Fox News. It's a whole, you know, thing. And then you see Ukraine kick off. What happens?
I almost got to blow up what's that Air Force bird? The 47, not the 47, the 52.
Is it the double blade or the?
Yeah. No, it's not the double blade. It's like a bloated freaking Black
the
Hawk.
Bumblebee. Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking?
Yeah,
God, why can't I think of it?
I know. Yeah.
I almost got to blow one up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crash landed. I was on it. And we were actually doing a mission with the Marines, actually up in Al-Aqim, Iraq. And anyway, crash landed. And so we hit the target and all this different kind of stuff. The crew was fucking freaking out. And you know, they were like, you got to come pick us up. And we're like, no, all the helicopters are gone. They went to go refuel. Like, it's going to be a couple hours, you know. And anyway, so we hit the target. And then the company commander was like, hey, because I had a bunch of cratering charges. Because one of the plans was, the contingency plans was I was going to blow the side of this mountain down across the road so that they couldn't get across the border anymore, right? And anyway, that ended up happening on its own with pre-assault fires. So I had all these cratering charges. And they were like, hey, I think it's not a B-52. It's a, God dang it, I can't believe I can't remember what it's called. It leaks hydraulic fluid. If it's not leaking hydraulic fluid, it's about to crash. Because, it ran out. But anyway, he was like, hey, prepare this thing to blow. And I'm like, roger that.
Yeah.
And I'm in there with like crash axe and hooligan and freaking putting it up in between the fuel lines and the dash, you know, and and the cockpit and everything else. And I'm linemanning it all out. It was going to be so awesome. I was like, I'm going to get to blow up a helicopter.
Yeah.
This is awesome. And then, so I'm running it back, I'm running the lineman back, and I'm getting the command dead out, all this stuff. Or no, time fuse is what I had. And then he's like, hey, they're sending a dart team. We got to secure this. Oh, fuck. That's going to take days. That's going to take fucking days to do. I'm like, come on, sir. Just blow it. I was like, sir, just act like you didn't get the radio call. Yeah. He's like, I can't do that, Burke. And I'm like, fuck. Yeah. And we did. We sat there for fucking 2 days while they fucking brought in this goddamn dart team. It was such a pain.
And, and I think that's what that, like the GWAT, we could do that. Like we were counterinsurgency, it wasn't near peer. We own the airspace. We own everything.
Yeah. I would, a Black Hawk, maybe a Little Bird, I wouldn't know, but like a Black Hawk or like a Chinook, like the technology, all that different kind of stuff, the cost of those, like, okay, fine. But that bird that I'm talking about, it sucked to begin with. Fucking remove that thing. We don't need them anymore.
Well, that's the thing we're seeing in the battlefield, though. I mean, like I said, we're talking warfare and tactics. What we sent the the Abrams. Yeah, Abrams got captured. Yeah, got fucking blown up. You know, and like no, they are holding their own very well. I'm not saying that like. In fact, the Abrams, it's like worth the investment. Like the guys that I've been talking to, like, dude, that thing could like 5 FPVs and like it could, and the crew was still okay, it burned, but they're like, we're fine, and the Bradley's taking on T90s and blowing them. It's like, say what you will about the military industrial complex, but sometimes we get some shit right, or they get some shit right. And you're like, dude, the Bradley just fucking took out a Soviet fucking T90, and
dude, I will tell you what, the new Strikers, the Dragoons that have the 30 millimeter on there.
Oh yeah. I was talking to my buddy, he was about 2 episodes on, he was the first Stryker brigade that got stood up in like 2004 or something like that. And he was just like, those things were fucking awesome. Yeah. He said his deployment directed to Mosul. He said those things were just ripping. He loved the Strikers. The Marine Corps has them, but very few. It's not the Stryker, but they called them LAR, the light reconnaissance vehicles or whatever. They have like the Bushmaster, but there's only like one company, or it's very minimal. Like it's not like it's like a whole Stryker brigade or anything like that. But no, it's wild. But no, I think things are changing. Like I said, it's great hearing from you. It's been 24 years, so you're to see, hey, going back to near peer and being like, this is fucking real. Like absolutely, because it was this theory for so long, or it's doctrine or whatever. Yeah. And you just haven't had anything for decades, and to see it unfold with our equipment, it's crazy because it's our equipment. So it's like we didn't even really get to play with our equipment. It's what we're headed off. But you're like, all right, let's see how this goes, man. But
it's a good. I guess it's a good test bed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, test it out. But yeah, all right, man. So you got 24 years in. What was the last few years like then? And then we kind of. It's great. I'm happy where we're at, but I want to jump into some of the media stuff you're doing. We could probably talk for 5 more hours, but kind of like getting into some of the stuff that's going on.
Yeah, so I left Charlie Company 275 and went to Sergeant Major Academy, which that was interesting. There's really not much to talk about there. It just is what it is, And I will say this: that the benefit of the Sergeant Major Academy is when it pulls you out for a little bit, like away from things, and 2, the networking. Because you're going to go forward from that class, and you're literally going out to the battalions, the squadrons, and then on to the brigades, the regiments, the divisions. All my peers are division and soon to be corps sergeant majors now. So you network with those individuals. So when you need to solve problems or you need to do coordinations or whatever it might be, because they were a classmate of yours. So it's like hugely beneficial. And it also, for special operations guys, you learn how the Army works because you're spoiled. You don't realize like some of the things that go into requests and how coordinations need to happen because, we've hot-wired a lot of things in the special operations community because of the pace we need to move at, so we avoid a lot of red tape and a lot of bureaucracy, just to make things fucking happen. So it was really good, especially because, so I was a CSL select, so it's a command select list, straight out of the academy into 2nd Squadron over in Germany. And so that's a striker regiment over there at 2nd Cavalry Regiment, which 2nd Cavalry Regiment is an amazing organization as well because it's actually the longest serving continuously active duty or activated regiment in the United States Army, going back to 1836. So, started out as a cavalry organization, then became a tank organization, then became a striker organization. And, and the striker platform is an amazing platform too. I'd had experience with that, in Baghdad. So going over there and then Germany, with the GWOT kind of winding down, that was very relevant with Russia and everything that was going on in Europe.
What years was that then?
That was 17. I was over there from 17 to 20.
Okay.
So, Ukraine, like we were doing training with Ukrainians a lot, all over the Baltic states and, doing not only, training to reassure allies, but then also to deter adversaries, across the entire region. And so it was super relevant. Plus, it's an amazing organization to be a part of because it's the largest organization, combat arms organization over in Germany. So you get tons of money, tons of assets, tons of resources. It's still conventional Army, but I had a lot of fun. And we did some really cool stuff, some amazing training rotations up in Estonia, Lithuania, and everything else that, it's not Ranger Regiment, but at the same time, it's fun, and you really get to kind of do some new stuff. I actually did an airfield seizure with strikers. It was actually really cool. Yeah. It was funny too. The regimental commander was this guy named Colonel Ellis, who grew up in Ranger Regiment. He was my company commander at one point. He's like, "Hey, we got this airfield. We need to actually seize the airfield." And so he grabbed me and a couple other guys, that had served in Ranger Regiment. He's like, "Okay, we got to secure this airfield with strikers." I'm like, fucking cool, so, and it was awesome, and it went really well. And then, I applied and did the paperwork and everything else to actually go back to Ranger Regiment. After my squadron time, I tried to go back to Ranger Regiment to be one of the battalion CSMs. Unfortunately, I wasn't selected, and it's a SMU board. It's held by JSOC and USASOC, and it's, highly competitive. Yeah. And that was disappointing. If I'm being honest with you, I was super disappointed, because obviously growing up in Ranger Regiment, you want to go back and be a battalion CSM. But now, in hindsight, I'm thankful it didn't happen, because then I got selected on the alternate list to be the regimental sergeant major of 2nd Cavalry Regiment. And probably, as a CSM, definitely the best experience I ever had. Amazing commanders, amazing organization, doing so many cool things with allies over there, and just so much autonomy. I was sending people to training exercises in other countries, and then I'd like remember, oh shit, I forgot to tell the regimental commander I was doing this, and he's like, yeah, no problem, whatever. And really got to help that organization because I was one of the first guys that was actually an infantry guy in charge of the squadron or in charge of the regiment. Most of them had been tankers, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with tankers, but strikers are a taxi. They're not, yes, I understand with the Dragoons and some of the new vehicles that they have, but it's still just a means to get to the fight. Tanks are not that way, and Bradley's, I get that, but still at the end of the day, we need to be highly, highly proficient on infantry tactics. So, focusing on infantry, being an infantryman and training at high levels, we were really, really able to do some awesome things as an organization. And my commander, my regimental commander, was also an infantryman. So we were able to kind of help that organization in its evolution as well. That, hey, yes, we got to be amazing with our strikers and we got to be able to do things that, other units can't do, but we need to have a core root in infantry tactics. So for some training, we're going to actually set the strikers aside, be proficient in infantry basics, and then learn to incorporate the vehicles after, so like building blocks, so it was a lot of fun. And I came out of that assignment and I had some great sergeant majors, up at USERA, Sergeant Major Rabbi Abernathy, and, he's like, hey, what do you want to do? And I was like, well, if I'm going to do this Army thing, like, I'm just going to keep on doing it. I was having fun. I was having a great time. And, he's like, okay, well, if you want to keep on being competitive and rise through the ranks as a sergeant major, you got to go somewhere else. You got to do another brigade, because everybody behind the brown fence knows who you are. Everybody over in Europe knows who you are. But no one in the rest of the Army, which is a big world out there, knows who the hell you are. And they need to know who you are, and they need to know and be able to speak on you, because in the NOM level, it's about committee. Yes, getting picked for a job is an interview with the general, but committee to, hey, is this guy eligible for the next, the next level? It's by committee. So they'd, him and a couple other mentors will like go to one of the first security force assistance brigades. Which is the SFABs, the advisors. Yeah. So I was like, okay. So I went to first SFAB, and it was interesting. It was a very big shift. There's a lot of stuff going on about SFABs right now. I'll just leave it at this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I considered SFAB.
Yeah,
on the guard side, because I think they stood up a unit because
they just deactivated them. But yeah,
oh, did they? Oh, okay,
well, they're getting ready to.
Oh, okay, yeah. This was back in like 2019.
Yeah, I mean, the mission is super relevant. The assurance, deterrence, but more importantly, the competitive, competition space, and doing this different stuff across the globe is super relevant. It's much needed, and they cover the gaps for special forces. They're not designed to be on a company and a device. They're designed to be working a lot of the stuff behind the scenes and everything else. At the geopolitical level, and it's a super relevant mission. But the bottom line is very quickly after getting there, and about 9 months in, I'm like, I think I'm good. And, some other things were happening, in my life. But ultimately I decided, I said, you know what, I think it's time to move on. I've done more than I ever thought I would be able to do. And I ever thought I would do. I've had so much fun. I've had so many amazing people. I think I'm ready to open a new chapter. And, the Army fought me on it. They denied my retirement, total of 3 times, actually. What's funny is the third time I was actually already out of the Army when they denied it. So, but one other thing that basically happened is in 2014, I actually fractured my hip. And I should have got surgery. All this stuff should have happened, but I didn't, because I didn't want to give up my position to be Charlie Company's first sergeant in 275. So basically I muscled through it. Well, it caught up with me. And I was actually doing the new ACFT, and I'd done the new ACFT a million times, but just this particular day, I got, I went to go do the deadlift, and I just hadn't warmed up properly and all this different kind of stuff. And deadlift, ever since I'd fractured my hip, and squats and stuff, it was a challenge, but I was able to do it. And I probably just, trying to be a badass, not thinking things through, not warming up. I tore the rest of my labral in my hip, and it was really bad. And it's not only painful, but your mobility, your strength, your dexterity, all this different kind of stuff. In running, basically, if I run after about a half mile, my leg goes completely numb. And that makes it challenging because without a labral to control the lateral movement, I have to be very deliberate where my foot strikes, especially like if I'm walking uphill and all this different kind of stuff. Well, when your foot goes numb, it gets fucking a little tough, right? But anyway, I just really had to kind of be honest with myself. Could I do what I would expect my soldiers to do? And that's always been a core thing for me. If my soldiers can do X, can I do that? And if I can't, then what am I doing? And the reality of it is in a combat situation, sitting in a fucking back of a vehicle for 2 days or whatever, like, man, I'm in the hurt locker. I mean, it starts sending like cramps up my back and everything else. Like, how effective am I going to be as a sergeant major expecting my guys to do this stuff in a combat situation? And I had to have really hard conversations, and it's a very difficult thing. And I ended up medically retiring out of the military. So I did the M&B process and medically retired. Yep. It was tough. And no one wants to admit that, but there comes a time when you have to be honest with yourself. You can, you shouldn't lie to other people, but you sure in the hell shouldn't lie to yourself. And I had to be honest with myself. And so I medically retired in 2023 and, took a job working in the corporate world. I'm still doing that right now, but a lot of other things are going on as well.
You got to have the media thing. I know you guys were doing some documentary stuff, and then you're doing Legends of the 75th.
Yeah. So, Legends of the 75th started as a podcast, and, back up just a little bit. We started a podcast when I was over at 2nd Cavalry Regiment on the precipice of COVID. And it was, we did a bunch of things because Germany had lockdowns like really bad, and it was like, how are we going to continue to stay engaged with the soldiers in the organization, keep them active, because like training shut down. Like we couldn't do it.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, it was guard.
Yeah. Like, I mean, and it was even worse in Germany.
Yeah, for active duty, I imagine.
So, we had a bunch of stuff. We did all different kinds of stuff that was like virtual, and using technology and all this. And one of the ideas was a podcast. So basically what we did was we started a podcast. It was called Kill Tank Radio. Somehow I became the host of it, which I still don't understand, like why they wanted me to do it. But we had a phenomenal time. We did about 20 some episodes, and it was always soldiers from the brigade. From the regiment. We were talking about all kinds of different things: professional development, travel, anything you can think of. Why to go to Ranger school? All this different kind of stuff, and leave 2CR, and a lot of people hit me up. They're like, "Hey, you gonna start another podcast?" And I was like, "I don't know, not really. I wasn't thinking about it." I was like, maybe I'll start one, when I go to the new unit. I wasn't really thinking a personal one. But enough people, a lot of, people reaching out. I was like, you know what? I can do my own, and I can talk to whoever I want to talk to. And I don't have to worry about, I still got to be cognizant of it because I'm still wearing the uniform, but I can do it my own way. So we started Always in Pursuit, and, it's about success principles, adversity, pushing through adversity, and just basically the premise being striving to be a better version of yourself. And, we did 2 seasons of that. So many awesome people we had on as guests. We even had a co-host that did some episodes, Mike Levine. He's a great human being, but this thing kept on happening. Every time I'd have a Ranger on, I'd get inundated with emails and messages. Hey, have this Ranger on. Hey, you should have this Ranger on. And I remember, talking to, Corey Kress, who's, kind of my, growth guy. He does a lot of the graphic design. He does all different kinds of stuff for me. And my wife and a few other people. And they're like, well, just start a podcast dedicated to Rangers. And so that was the genesis behind Legend of the 75th. So we started that, that podcast, and at the time to the next influx point, we did about 2 seasons, and it was really people that had served within the Ranger Regiment that were, individuals that I considered in the committee, not the committee, but the community kind of considered major influential individuals. We just have them on guest and talk about their time and their journey and single personal accounts of their time in the 75th. And I got approached last summer by Dan Knight, who's, for an organization called Three Rangers Foundation. He's a spiritual advisor for them, and he spent a lot of time in the regiment and other units. He actually went to SF on one portion from like the National Guard as a chaplain. Like he's done all kinds of crazy shit. He's like, hey, it's always been a dream of mine to go over on the 80th anniversary for Operation Kabanaton and take a bunch of Rangers over there with us and walk the route and do some different things and do some ceremonies. And I was like, awesome. Like, that's cool, man. I'd love to be a part of that. He's like, well, we would actually like you to come with us and capture it. I'm like, what do you mean capture it? He's like, well, you're a media guy. And I'm like, I run a podcast. I'm not a media guy. But I'm like, yeah, sure. I'll figure it out, and it just snowballed from there. And, we hired a crew. We went out there, we documented the whole thing. We documented the entire thing, walked with the Alamo Scouts, walked the entire 35 miles of 6 Ranger Battalions movement behind enemy lines for behind the Japanese to rescue the 500 prisoner of wars at the Kabanaton camp, which is still there. There's not really anything left from the original camp other than the pillars, but they have an entire memorial there and everything dedicated to it. So it's this, kind of 3-part narrative story of 22 Rangers deciding they want to go over and pay homage and honor the actions of 6th Ranger Battalion, and the actions that they did and what went into that, the most successful, PW rescue mission in American history. And the third narrative, which was unexpected, is Paul O'Connell, which is William O'Connell's son. And William O'Connell was a lieutenant, which was a breachman on 6th Ranger Battalion's raid, came with us as well. But he didn't know anything about his father until after his father died. His dad had told him he'd served in the military, but he didn't say like anything. When he asked him, he said, I did what everybody else did. And anyway, so it's also this discovery journey for Paul of who his father was, not only by being there and walking the ground and seeing the sights and doing all that stuff, but then also hanging out with modern day Rangers. And there's multiple times where he's like, I see why my father was the way he was, because he's hanging out with all these Rangers. So it's just a beautiful story, an amazing tribute, and it has just continued to spiral out of there. And now we are doing a bunch of different things to set ourselves up to really, really capture Ranger history in a lot of different ways, not only from evolving the podcast itself to working. We helped Vet TV work on the Best Ranger competition and kind of captured what that competition is all about, to the Ranger Hall of Fame that's coming up. We're going to be doing some stuff for that and a few other projects that we got in the works as well. But my goal really, really is this first major project, this first film, is to be a catapult for future projects. We want to do the same thing for Vietnam. We want to do the same thing for Cisterna, European theater, Burma, Korea, and then there's even, Ranger history goes all the way back to the Revolutionary War, and someday go to Afghanistan and Iraq as well, and just keep on capturing and preserving this Ranger history, because the reason it's important is there's not only a lot of lessons learned that can be captured in all this stuff, but also, good units preserve their history, and this history goes way back. And if we don't capture it now, we're never going to be able to capture it. I would give anything to be able to have had any of those World War II veterans that were there, part of 6th Ranger Battalion, there when we did that. But unfortunately, we can't. So we're doing the best we can, but we can do it for Vietnam. We can do it for some of these other conflicts, and that's really our goal. Because, you also Panama, Grenada, and Mogadishu too. So basically, we set ourselves up as a media company. We got a bunch of partnerships, a bunch of, other organizations helping us out. So that we can do this. And right now, the priority is so we can finish the film, is fundraising. It costs a lot of money to make movies. But that's pretty much what we're doing, man. And it's not where I thought this was going to go. Like I said at the very beginning, we kind of fell into it, but it's so fucking exciting. I mean, I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm like, oh my God. And I take a page full of notes of things that I need to do and things I'm thinking about. And it's pretty amazing.
That's awesome. Like I said, 4 hours ago when we were talking about media.
Yeah, right.
Like entertainment or, and it is, it's exciting. I think, you're jumping into it now, but you're those things go through your head like, oh my God, we can capture this, we can do this, you can, you know, and then you start looking from an artistic value. So I kind of like, oh, that would be beautiful shot. Let's do this. This will be phenomenal. And then the mission itself, though, like the overall is capturing those stories. And that's kind of like why I started my podcast, but also it's nice because I do kick myself because my grandfather is in Korea. Yeah. And I remember but he was still alive. And I remember being like, man, I should just like because he was a very quiet guy. And my other grandfather who served in the Pacific died when I was like 8. Yeah. And so I was like, man, I wish I'd have captured, and I could have too. You know, it's just one of those things where I was like, I should do this. I wasn't in film school yet. I was just like in between contracts. And I was like, man, I should just capture these, you know? And then he died and I kind of kicked myself for not doing it. But now our generation is very much doing it. And honestly, I think it's great. You know, American Veterans Center, I don't know if you've heard of them. Yeah. They capture mice, but they do great work. And they're shifting now to like, because World War II guys, there's like literally like 5 of them left. And so they've shifted to Vietnam or Korea, Vietnam, and then have been moving on the list. And they're starting to do more GWAT guys as well, which is, it's important. Capture the stories because that's for the next generation. You know, it's weird to be like seeing that generation now look up to us, guys like you know, guys like me. I'm like, it's been 20 years, you know, 15 years, 20 years. And you're just like, holy shit. But they're the ones now that read our books, that listen to our podcasts, that listen to our stories, that now want to join because of that, you know. And we did the same with, you know, Vietnam. You know, I think the Vietnam guys, that's why I always run into them. Like, you guys, we looked up to because they came home, you know, and you know, not well received. Yeah. You know, depending on where they were from, they were very quiet about it. They didn't talk about the war. They just moved on, you know, and I don't think they realized like the guys like us that were like, oh my God, tell me about Quezon. That's fucking wild, you know, and or MacVsog, holy shit, you know, and the Marines and you know, the battles, you know, Battle Way City, and you know, so we're all excited to see them, and they just don't, you know, I don't know if they, and probably now, but now when the war kicked off back in 03 or 01 or 2001, 2003, it's like I don't think they were like, I don't know, are we relevant? Are we not? You know, and even though we looked up to them, you know, capturing those stories, I think it's incredibly important, you know.
I agree. I mean, you know, there's a lot of flack, like, you know, people will be like, oh God, this guy started a podcast. Like, there's all these podcasts. Like, listen, who cares? Yeah. You know, like, let's start as many podcasts as we possibly can because we're all going to want these stories. These stories are going to matter. You know, I do think there's some legitimacy about how you capture them, you know, and some of the exaggerations and some of the nonsense that's out there. But if you're doing it in the right way, start the shit up, man. Let's, we can't tell these stories enough, you know, and who knows whose lives they're going to save and who they're going to impact going forward. Because, you know, I've been on a lot of podcasts, obviously, you know, I've also hosted a lot of podcasts as well, but you never know. There might be somebody out there that has never heard of me, never heard of you, and you just happen to go on this one podcast they stumble upon, and you say one thing that makes them go, okay, that's helpful. That can help me through this dark time, or that can help me make a decision or a transition. Then it's all worth it. This 4 hours is worth it if one person, you know, somebody said something to me recently, like every time I do, it was Danny Archer. He said, every reel that I do, every video that I record it for one person. Meaning if one person takes away something from that, then it was worth it. And you gotta kind of think that way, you know, not the masses. And we fall subject to that because, you know, followers and subscribers, you know, you and I were talking about that on the car ride. You know, you want the numbers. Well, the numbers will come. Focus on one. Exactly. You know, so
focus on the podcast. Focus on the quality. You know, and like, you know, because everyone's like, why you do more? It's like, at the end of the day, man, that's my bandwidth, and I get you know, great guys out, and we just talk and bullshit, and that's how it, you know, it'll grow. You know, it'll grow. It's growing. You know, it's just like
you're doing amazing things, man.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate you having me out and let me sit down and talk, and it's been amazing, man.
That's awesome. I was like, man, we could have done like a fucking 3 hours.
We could, but unfortunately,
I was going to say, we got a flight to catch.
I got a flight to catch,
All right, so where can people find you? Where can they get your podcast, socials, all that stuff?
Yeah, so the easiest thing to do is just go to www.legendsofthe75th.com, and you can get all the socials, you can get the podcast, you can see what we're doing for the films, YouTube, everything, and you know, Legend of the 75th is on all social media platforms, and then also Mike S. Burke on all social media platforms. But you can find us. But come check us out, man. Let us know what you think we're doing, And we're, it's not just for Rangers. I know it's a Ranger podcast, but I like to believe that we can impact everybody. Even if you don't know anything about the military, the stories told can show you some appreciation and, give you some things and some tidbits, because really what it is at the end of the day, to my core, it's a leadership, culture, and success principle podcast. It just happens to be centralized around an organization that happens to be focused on that as well.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks for coming on, bro.
Appreciate you.